Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Today we'll continue with the off-meta monsters. Yesterday we finished the Warlock with the Apocalypse Warlock. And in today's video we're going to go down on the Necromancer. Might start with some Apocalypse gameplay so we can actually farm some more resources because we'll require some keys, you know? So we're going to do some rep juice and those shenanigans, and then we'll see where we pretty much develop into. I mean, the Realm Walker's up in 2 minutes, 41 seconds. That sounds pretty good to me. We got Gift of the Tree. Could actually use that to level up another character, but we could keep these Gifts of the Tree now for our Necromancer, I guess. I mean, we've cleared our stash a little bit. And when I say a little bit, it's still not a lot. As you can see, I have barely any slots. It's bad. It's so bad. Oh, no. I really don't like that, but yeah, it is what it is, you know. See what we can do. But yeah, we do Summoner Necro today, like the real Summoner Necro, so full army, with the frost explosions and all that kind of stuff, in a new version, without Army of the Dead. I love Army of the Dead, but without Army of the Dead. I'm really excitedly looking forward to that. It's gonna be a banger. I have to make some Azeroth charm for that if I don't actually have an Azeroth charm. We can see about that. As you missed Warlock yesterday, it is an absolute demon. What can I say? The actual Apocalypse that we did is just way too nice. Wanted to... we have like 24 points in here, 24 points in there. 12 bonus points, and that's 24 points, which is duration. Yes, it's a duration increase. It was just like making sure that see 1 point, I have 14 left. I can pretty much increase the duration here of the Dark Prison, but it goes like just up by, see, 1 second. I mean, 1 second to have or 1 second not to have, right? But still, it's somewhat annoying. Still, it doesn't really get much from it. How's the foot ankle, Katie? It is okay. I mean, I was at the doctor's just a bit ago, Katie. That's why I'm so late. I pretty much should just still chill. I mean, we were just on a hike yesterday for an hour. My ankle's swollen like crazy. So maybe don't overdo it. But yeah, like on Friday, I got another appointment to get a final scan, and then like vacation time, right? I mean, then I'm going to the mountains of Austria. So what could possibly go wrong? Yeah, not. Yikes. Into elevated. I actually do have a like an elevation below my desk, but the problem is obviously it would be better if it was elevated above heart level. So it is elevated, but it's elevated not very efficient. Right? So yes, but no. As well, Krankenstein, wouldn't that be great as a Killian? But you know, no ill vacation essentially, just vacation. Let's get our first keys. How many do we have left? We actually have 5 keys left because obviously with our Necro, we're going to be starting to fight the Necro lady, the boss, right? A couple of times. The Death Toll Chamber. Let's take the loot here. Is there any builds that you could work up with an Azure Wrath and Signal of Pelgin on Blizzard Sword? Azure Wrath, Signal of Pelgin, Blizzard Sword. The problem with Blizzard Sword that Blizzard cannot be made faster with attack speed. So you're doing limited damage X to the people inside the freeze, you know? So you would have to like in order to get the most out of Azeroth, you need to do as much damage as humanly possible into Azeroth in the time where someone is frozen. Just like as an FY, just like that you get like an imagination for what you would have to do to really get the most out of it. And I think often you don't do that, right? Where you can be like profitable attack speed maxing. Oh, it's 20% movement speed. That's not even bad. Oh, we got... This is my silver diamond mine for my necro. So is Lightning Druid still good? I'm referring to the max roll build. It doesn't shred and use a Storm Strike. Bremsing, how am I supposed to tell you if a like Druid build on max roll is good or bad? Like, honest question. How am I supposed to tell you if or if not? Now, that being said, Lightning Strike, a Storm Strike Druid is actually super powerful. It's a basic skill version, so it's a different one. And we'll make our own video about that one as well. So don't worry about that. I might spec into the bug build to cheat your levels up. I mean, Katie, it's absolutely valid to actually do that. Oh, I forget to swap my items. If you want to use the bugged rogue build just to get the glyphs to 150, that's what a lot of people are doing. I mean, a lot of creators won't tell you that, but that's also what they have been doing, right? Either they have a friend who did it and they played together with him just so they can get their glyphs to 150, or they, you know, they did it in secret and never told you. There's probably like a very few one who actually did it themselves, aka Voodoo Joe, for example, who I know just on stream farmed the whole thing and did not cheat his way to success, right? But yeah, it is what it is. Do I have tributes of armament to upgrade? I gotta say, like, generally speaking, there don't have to be like many tributes of armament as of late, right? Disappointed. Where do you farm Harmony of Abawaka? There's a website for that, Zanti. The website is called diablofilter.com. On diablofilter.com, you will have a boss loot table here on the top. You go for boss loot, right? And there you can enter Harmony, and it instantly shows you the boss, which is Bartok. Bartok is the boss at the end of the Infernal Hordes. And that's how simple you find out where the Harmony of Abawaka is located. Zip zap, bing bong, done. Surprisingly simple, ain't it? Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, we currently have our version that is playing the Linta of the Waking Touch with double set bonuses. But we actually don't want to go for that with the double set bonuses, right? We want to do single set bonus, so the actual here, Darkness Guilds, Darkness Guilds, Darkness Guilds. And then we want to go for our Azurath. Do I have an Azurath charm? I have many Azuraths, but I don't have a charm. So first thing we're going to do right now is we're going to turn this into a charm. I got Respite and Dirk, Frostburn, Bloodless Scream. Bloodless Scream actually has to stay. We got Razor Blade, Azario Cord, and Trickery. I preferable I would now turn like an Azurath now into a charm that has minion skills and not blood skills, for example, but we'll have to see. So that one goes away. We can keep this one with the minion skills. We got one Rathmos Waking Touch, but that's not good, so we'll need a better one down the line. Let's put the Lore of Desecration away. I'm gonna fuck around with that. We do have a good amulet that has darkness skills and a critical strike damage multiplier. I mean, look at this amulet. This is actually like insane, right? What you can do with that. So I like it. Our ring is also good. So surprisingly, that one has attack speed. The maximum life is useless, so I'll say that that one is like not what we're looking for. And we get ourselves a Pact of Bone, but we got to get that as unique. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to YOLO away our 8 keys by just killing the Reaper a couple of times. Let's actually do that, and then see where we go from that. What builds are you doing? Hills, today we're going to do full minion setup. So actually this one. But we're going to do a different version of this one, because right now, as you can see, we're playing the version with Army of the Dead. But I'm actually going to remove the Army of the Dead and go over to a version with some other stuff. Maybe. I got to decide if it's worth it or not. Like, right, to do the other thing. Oh, by the way, I made a mistake here. I'm an idiot. Forget that I have to play the seal for the time being. Actually, I don't have to play the seal for the time being. An idiot. For now, our ulti's not doing much for us, right? It's just there. Can activate it every now and then to get like a damage boost, but that's not useful enough. For Blood Necro, I mean, Blood Necro is hyper boring and has been just the #1 build since forever. I mean, like, there's literally nothing that changed about Blood Necro, right? Like, it's like, oh, you want to play a Necro? Just play Blood Necro, and it's the same. It hasn't in the slightest changed. It's exactly the same build. Whereas this season, we can actually do some really cool things with the Black Shroud set, together then with Shadow Warriors, Shadow Mages, and also a Shadow Golem. So all of them are actually nicely working together. And that's kind of cool. You know, being able to do cool stuff with cool new things in my eyes. We're hoping to obviously get some nifty uniques here. Right? But yeah, it's just simply that the actual... That build is just boring. I always change Azeroth for Respite while bossing. You don't have to do that. You can definitely do that. I mean, if you freeze the boss fast enough, then it's totally fine to actually work with the Azeroth still, right? I might actually have to add a lucky chance to freeze on like either a charm or somewhere. I'm not entirely sure what we're gonna go for. I mean, we obviously don't have like lucky chance to freeze anywhere. We're just relying on our we're relying on our yeah, Brainus doesn't say it. On our wolves to do the freeze. You could swap your... You could swap your skeleton mages over to full cold though. Right? Which we're going to have to do in the long run. Because Azeroth says, like, Azeroth only works with cold damage. Right? After freeze expires, enemies must explode 100% of the damage you dealt to them while frozen. So that's fine. So we get to freeze them. Then they, like, we deal damage to them, right? And obviously it would be better if now my mages instead of shadow mages would be cold mages. The thing is, in order for these cold mages to function, you need to swap all your charms from darkness skills over to minion skills. And we don't have that, right? Also, if you actually have your mages here be the damage over time. So we currently use our mages with the shadow mages deal an additional corruption damage. That's actually like a huge scary multiplier. Oh, not a mythic, chat. Not a mythic. Scam. Scam. I call scam. What would you recommend for leveling up after 200? You still do Hell Tides with the boost of the Forgotten Wisdom dungeons. It's just hasn't changed being the best way magically. Cold Mages is still Shadow. No. If you like, so right now my mages are a core minion summon and darkness skill. We now go over to Cold Mages initial projectiles fork into 2 projectiles on impact, right? That one is obviously the better one than this. Then your mages are core minion. They're actually darkness too, huh? I'm surprised. I thought they would turn into a cold skill. Huh. Here we go. I wasn't even aware of that. Assumptions have been made, Lester. Thank you. The current season bad? Absolutely not. Is it the best season ever made? No, absolutely not as well. But is it bad? No, no. And I personally enjoy this season, especially since the latest mythic changes. It has gotten way more fun than it has been before. But it's still not the best season ever, right? But that doesn't make it like a bad season in any way. Great. I'm having a good time. It can always be better, obviously. What was the best season ever? Well, for me, one of the most seasons that I have ever had was the one with the tiny robot, because I just love the vaults to death. So vaults were hyper powerful, super fun. I just love those. However, the factual best season has been undeniable the one of the Chaos Uniques. That's just allowed for most builds to ever exist, for most build freedom, for just overall biggest fun. Okay, right now, see, like, if we go for the cold, we're actually lacking the survival from the Shadow Mages. That's the thing. Like, right now, we're using the Shadow Mages for Barrier to make, like, bossing more convenient. I'll have to do that. I hated the trap mechanics. I mean, either you love the trap mechanics or you hated the trap mechanics. There's just no middle ground for that, right? Love it, hate it, keep it. Who knows? I personally am, like, obviously a big fan. It was cool. It was just, like, the end room was amazing, and then you just get out of it, and it was just so cool. So I really had a great time with that, personally. Burger, thank you for the 180 bitty titties. Burger, good to see you there, my friend. Minion build? Yes, this is going to be a full minion build, but we're going to have to find a good split between it being a great build for bossing, a great build for pitting, and like kind of find out what is the best that we enjoy there, right? Of those. Like how we make a good version. Because obviously what should be fun in the overworld as well. I haven't actually tried around much with the... Agile Wrath in the overworld yet. Okay, we have opened 6 chests and we didn't get a single mythic. Yesterday we got 1 mythic every 3 chests and we got 3 mythics from 2 chests. So today is not a good day. Starting very slow. Have to see where we can get better. By the way, the Hand of Nasir is actually pretty damn good. Step up to my anvil. So we get shard, we get gloves, we get pants, we get boots. Nothing too hot. You just want as much critical damage as possible? Nope. You want critical damage, you want vulnerable damage, you want all damage, you want preferable, in this case, I think it would be darkness damage. But yeah, you want a little bit of all of that together. I wonder if instead of using the wolfies, so I'm currently using the wolfies here, right? If we should just use the companions. The full route. Travel 5 meters. And then we use the Frost Nova runes. So I'm just literally like gonna be circling and Frost Novaing people by traveling 5 meters. Seems reasonable to me. Get a helmet. Okay, so first and foremost, get a very good underground version. Which item do I want to get in Mythic, Chan, on this build? I mean, my gloves would be 90% damage, but my ring would be crit chance and attack speed up. Yeah, that's probably the best one we could get. It's like the harsh reality is that the ring is really the best version of everything. Because if I get that ring up, then that's just awesome balls. Look at this triple greater FX1 and just being terrible because it has a physical damage multiplier. Yep, you heard right. 3 greater FX and actually bad. Well, you know what they say, ladies and gentlemen. No time than the present to get disappointed. Where do I get more? Pact of Bones is from the Harbinger of Hatred. Okay, before we screw the Harbinger of Hatred, let me make sure that we're gonna get... Well, that's a good question. How do I get enough attack speed to get my 200 multiplier from... I wonder if I want to move crit chance of this one over to attack speed. Just to really make sure we get that one to 100. It'll probably be the easiest attack speed gainer I could get. Are your builds on mobilytics? Yes, all my builds are on mobilytics. This specific one not, because we're just making it. Right? We're just in the process of making it. So you won't find it there, as we're just about to get it done. Don't you need the Wolf Rune to proc Pact of Bones? Technically, yes. Practically, you don't have the cooldown and playing Bone Storm. The problem with Bone Storm is that it's just not active long enough. So like Army of the Dead, if you go for Bone Storm, you could go for casting Bone Storm gives you Barrier. You can extend the duration if you want to. I could get another crit bonus, which would be nice if you think about it. We get cooldown because we need the cooldown. More ranks in Bone Storm means more... More ranks in Bone Storm means more... That's ready in 5 minutes again. Quickly do a pit 110. Out of fields. Yeah, you can also press the Skelly Mage skill to proc it every 8 seconds. Exactly. There are ways around it, essentially. That was a nice 308 billion. I mean, that's just like, see, like they're like I'm running around here right now, and that freezes them. This is why I like the running around to freeze them, because I do nothing else but running around anyways. But like this, like you pretty much run into enemies and you instantly get the freeze already with a Thul rune, right? Like I pull them together with my thingy, and then I just run in circles around these guys. You know, it's like, oh no, please don't hit me, Frost Nova, Frost Nova, Frost Nova. Because you've been running around. I mean, obviously, if I now had movement speed on my boots, so I could trigger this more often. I mean, I trigger this also like when you travel, right? So I do like long distance travel with the this, and then on impact, like it's Frost Nova. I don't think we're gonna use Buck. Like Buck, the problem with Buck is that like I am literally just forced to move, so I have no opportunity otherwise to do things. Right? I like Thul, it's good. I feel like we'd be better off with something else. Very glowing green. That's the player highlight that you can set in the settings. Please don't make me make a video about it again. Now our Bone Storm is just not up enough. And I wonder if there's an option to play like another... And which ulti essentially would be the best to play. The problem is, like, you really got to decide what you want to play. Oh, it's start, Kyle? No. I kind of want to keep breeding my Pal World team. The reality is that I still have a lot of Diablo builds to make. So it's not always to what I would like to play at the current moment. It's often sometimes what I also gotta do for content. You know what I mean? I know it's not even easy to understand, but I am, end of the day, making YouTube content, and I have an audience that wants certain things, and sometimes those things are more Diablo builds. And that's fine. Army for better damage. I like the army for better damage, especially with the cooldown reduction. It could actually work. I mean, what I'm digging here right now is that my Barrier is good enough, obviously because we're playing the Barrier version of the mages. But I should probably try out to run the... like the corruption version of the mages, because that's just more damage. But also definitely way more attack speed, because attack speed is like really king when it comes down to damage. Okay, let's see. So he's instantly frozen. Now my dudes are just pummeling him, right? And he should take like from Azure Wrath. He should... Azure Wrath does not seem to work as a charm. It's interesting. Right? Azure Wrath does not seem to work as a charm. Teleport here? No. Can you make a Bone Spear build? No, Corey. Bone Spear's dead. I mean, it's no matter how much you try, how many mythics you gather, Bone Spear is just dunzo. I thought the same, so I stick to Dirk. Well, the thing is that I could use Azure Wrath instead of my mythic Bloodless Scream. But I have a mythic Bloodless Scream, so yay. I figure out if Azure Wrath is actually bugged. So Billions of Damage is actually only chip damage in Torment 12, my friend. If you decide to play something else than Torment 12, then you'll do more. So we're at 60% attack speed bonus, correct? With a 6% attack speed bonus from 80% with my Ferocity. And that with a 33 from the Pact of Bone is enough. That's interesting because we get like 4 Ferocity stacks, right? 4 Ferocity stacks are 20. Then 33 from Pact of Bone, or 35 from Pact of Bone, is 35. 6 is thinning. So you might not actually need the attack speed over here. I mean, it's good that we're getting like the full bonus. So we get the attack speed bonus easily up to 100%. That's good to see. It's like really required. If you're not getting the attack speed bonus up, then like that sucks big time. Madberg, you discovered you have your Palward videos. Get it today. Oh, you're going to be loving it, my friend. I'd be so genuinely surprised if you're not going to be like, damn, Palworld. Have especially an eye out on getting that breeding running, my friend, because I, with level 60, just got a Pal that has the Legend perk. It was a legendary perk, so it Legend Pal, so it has the Legend perk, right? And that specific Pal, I'm now breeding into my whole team. So every team gets Legend. And that's more defense, more attack, more everything. It's so cool. Very fun. Oh no. Go completely crazy. Where does Golem Aura fit in the calculation? We're not playing Golem Aura. I think we're still playing New Golem. I mean, Golem Aura is now working, so that's cool. It's here, like, if you do... No, actually, we do Golem Aura, yeah. Golem now raises a larger golem that gains an aura of command, increasing the cast speed of and movement speed of your minions by 112%. I think if you actually trigger this, it should instantly get your attack speed up. Which means you probably have to retemper this back to our critical strike chance. Oh, that was an instant roll. Perfection. I remember we swapped the Golem Aura over. Thank you for bringing that to the forefront of my mind. 3 to minion skills. That's a fur. We get a Phoba, a Mlor, a Linta, and a fur. The Linta is Macabre currently. I mean, Macabre does work on the nothing. Wow. So we actually do need to get a Linta that doesn't have Macabre skills. Well, you said it, Chan. And fur is minion skills. That would be instead of darkness skills. I like the minion skills more because it's like more universal. Roll a bit. See if we can get a Linta that's 10% to maximum life. Okay. I mean, if I'm already going to get a Linta that doesn't do anything, then that's that, right? So we get ourselves the Azure Wrath, and it doesn't seem to do anything. Kind of could go for the Respite and Dirk to just get, like, the singular damage, but it just... Like, usually you freeze, right? And then you get, like, bonus damage. I'm not sure, can we even freeze the dummy? For boss dummy? Like, you should be able to freeze it. Now it should take the damage, and when it goes down, then he should take a big damage chunk, but he doesn't. Right? Which is weird. I'm playing Shadow Minions and barely see trillions, mostly mid 500 billions, which is insane because you have to consider the attack speed and the amount. I mean, you have 18 dudes that are doing that kind of damage. That's not a little thing. That's not just like, oh, you know, that's like, what the fuck? It's slamming out like crazy, right? We definitely want a better chest piece, that's for sure, though. Because my chest doesn't even have a greater affix, right? So that's not true. It had a maximum life greater affix, if I remember correctly. We got Igni. Yeah, I wanted to have a different rune for triggering. I mean, I could go for maximum resource. That's bad. Ultimate skill spam is bad. Cast evade. Mobility or Macabre skills. I mean, technically... Sever counts as a mobility skill. That's surprisingly interesting. Because if it says mobility or Macabre skills, right? But it would be like 3 times. So I'd have to like cast 6 Severs to get it done. Nah. You know what I would need? I'd probably need a... Just none. There's sometimes not an interesting trigger going on, right? I like Bulwark, so you can... I mean, you always want Bulwark. Bulwark is fixed in stone. So you can actually go for the mages here as the corruption mages, right? So I'm definitely with you on that one. Because I definitely 100% like the corruption mages more. Reminds me though, Let's see if we get a good war table here. What do we have? Because if you get this one, you get less heals. You have your dudes do like insane damage. Great, a dude right here, Chan. We don't even have our mages, right? Not sure what Blizzard ever thought about, like, let's do it. That, you know, at the start of a dungeon, you can have a minion right away. And I was like, yeah, hire that man. Brilliant idea. So you're gonna see, like, sure, you only see like 300 billion here, right? But you get like all these damages, right? You don't just have the 300 billion. You have all the damages. And I think that's something that's often like overlooked in this like build when you have like everything happening together. That's quite significant. And right now, I gotta say, one thing I miss when you play Azeroth, I like before I would play Respite and Dirk, I would actually play the Ultimate Cast Varine again. So there's an interesting Varine here. Where you play the double lives here, right? And then instead of using Bone Storm, you play Army of the Dead. And pretty much get... Or Dead deals cold damage to freeze them. It's actually funny. You could freeze enemies with Army of the Dead. I'm not even sure if that would ever be useful in any capacity, right? The same. Wonder if Azeroth only works with cold damage even though it says it doesn't. I mean, wasn't Azeroth changed in a way that it was supposed to only work with cold damage, if I'm not mistaken? Or was that the Signet of Pelgain? But the advantage of having this now as your ulti, like with the glyph together, I can just spam it. And I can also choose cast your ultimate to trigger Frost Nova, for example. Right? Like the big advantage of like the Armor of the Dead being your freezing skill. I thought that was the ring, right? The ring was like increase the cold damage that enemies take. As long as I'm not mistaken. New Marvel Doomsday trailer? I don't even know what Marvel Doomsday is about, sir. What is it about? You assume. But what's it? Are we getting on our Necro the goblins, by the way, instead of going for the Butcher? Actually very simple, because Necro cannot kill the Butcher. Yeah, sounds a bit stupid, but since Butcher has a minion repelling aura that whenever he gets too close to a minion, he just rebuffs it, right? And like when you try with minions to kill the Butcher, it's just absolutely pain in the ass. And what we mean now, when we say absolute pain in the ass, we mean like absolutely impossible. Save your Arden build. The problem with Paladin is that Paladin is just not even using that many mythics, right? I mean, some of these builds here, like the Necro, for example, are able to use like 6, 7 different mythics, while Paladin is like, oh, I'm using 2, maybe 3, you know? Others like, have you seen my 400 we're using? Freeze him, freeze him. Are those billions? Yes. Minion Necro is doing billions. And a lot of them. Like times 18 isn't. Where it gets interesting. Plus then the same damage it deals also as corruption damage. If you actually see a billion hit, that billion hit is also applying billions of damage over time. Which actually stacks up to trillions overall. Are minions good now? Minions have never not been good, my friend. They've been quite exceptional for a couple of seasons now. Obviously, they still have a lot of problems. The Rogue doesn't need any mythics. I mean, the Rogue could technically go naked into pit 150 and win. Technically. Okay, show me the money. With the freeze. I don't know what hit me there, but something hit me there. What is your Army of the Dead insta refill? Well, we're playing a Seal of the Diamond Mine, and that Seal of the Diamond Mine allows me to reduce the cooldown of my Army of the Dead instantias. Now, spamming Army of the Dead is virtually useless. There's no reason to actually ever do that. However, you can use your Army of the Dead as cast ultimate skill. And then, for example, trigger the Druid Barrier with that. Which is surprisingly useful because I can then spam the Army of the Dead and just use it to pretty much refill my barrier. Because I kind of don't need Army of the Dead for a need standpoint. And I just need to have it. So, kind of like worth to do. Actually, how I usually trigger my Army of the Dead, as often as possible, by just doing that. Is this decent damage too? Oh yeah, I mean, it's not terrible to use the Army of the Dead. Like, we have it. Fine. Just not exceptional. Okay, you have maximum life. At the boots. Probably you get can I bear generation on it? Yeah. So yeah, we are using the cast ultimate. Activates the Druid's Earthen Bulwark. The better working ones. To do that, we could probably go back to the sea. Put a collection of salvage. Ooh, a level, ladies and gentlemen. 255 Paragon points. The defensive saying in the Paragon department. We still have like some more defensive points we could take here. We've taken the warrior shenanigans. We've taken all the defensive here on the side. We've taken the intelligence for the debt raiser. And we do actually have 5 in too much, so we can remove that. All the minion damage bonuses, the full defense taken. We get 91 eliminator damage. That doesn't hurt. It's still like, oh, I forget I have this ring, right? Yeah. Thank you for reminding me, chat. I forgot we had this ring here, who's been an absolute non-needed participation trophy. Because I accidentally upgraded that one before I did something with it. So, do I have a ring with critical damage multiplier? Ring. We got cooldown reduction. You know what? It's time to oval gamble, I guess, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we have a shadow damage multiplier, so that's not bad. We got vulnerable damage. That's also nice. There's actually critical strike damage multiplier here. We got one. Okay, we're going to add an affix, and it's going to be an offensive one. That offensive one is physical damage. So what we're going to do is, no, you know what? Let's go for the full gamble. We go for int. That's fine. And then we're going to add a last one. That's vuln. This one doesn't even have terrible rolls. Apart from that, I would like to have the int be crit chance. But I'm unwilling to work around with that.
What do you seek?
To reroll the fizz damage into... Yeah. Can work with that ring, I guess. Come on, give us the crit damage. Give us the crit damage. Don't be so stingy. Don't be so stingy. Don't be so stingy. We're gonna give it a... Nah, the stat is fine. I mean, status end of the day, all damage multiplier. And also resistance in our case, right? The good ring, it's a fine ring. Not the best ring I've ever seen, but it'll do. I mean, it alone will do because I can put a socket in it, and that is a very useful thing to do, right? I can put a socket in it. I never wanted you in greater affix anyways. Because having a ring with a greater affix to critical strike damage is completely overrated, ladies and gentlemen. Right? No? Get 63, but I need 75, Lester, because it's already masterworked. So 63 would have not been enough. Reanimation. Actually, crushing better than reanimation, but reanimation is cool.
It has been a pleasure.
Not reanimation. Called again. No socket to show dominance. Yes. Which one are we playing? We're playing Hellbent Commander. Ah, yeah. Hellbent. The good thing is that we have Hellbent max rolled, so we can actually transfigure this amulet now. I can make a socket into it, right? We can take a diamond. And should we transfigure it? Cap? So we get a tempered, we get a masterworked. And then we can transfigure it. And we get ourselves all stats. So you know what? All stats is actually pretty good because you're going to like reach this bottleneck here where you don't have enough all stats to like hook up into everything. So getting all stats is end of the day quite plenty useful. Well done, Mr. Ponyhov. Well done. I like to see what you did there. Not sure if I want to reroll the essence regeneration because technically I don't need it. And I always usually reroll the movement speed because if I want to move, I will use my dashing to move, right? I don't actually require any other move, but I kind of would like to have this in armor. I mean, my armor is at 2,200. Our resistances are now finally good. Technically, we don't have to move it. I mean, technically, we're fine. The only thing I'd have to move is, like, getting the masterwork here from physical resistance over to maximum life, because that is, like, you know, that's good. Yeah.
Find your way back.
Build is this. This is the full minion build. We're going for full minions here. with a mythical Bloodless Scream for beautiful amounts of shadow damage. Difference is that we're boosting every minion, so we get like full points in mages, full points in warriors, like absolutely like maximum maxed out. We also have quite some points in the golem, but I don't actually think that increases the 1 point. It's 84%, that's enough. But hey, more is more. I wonder if the golem actually over attack speeds. Like, I need to find out if that goes attack speed cap 1 or 2. It makes a difference. If we tried the temporary mage talent over Coven, which temporary mage talent? Right now, you pretty much can like just spam your ulti. Whenever you spam your ulti, like here, a barrier. I can just click that one. A barrier. The barrier. Might get a barrier. The barrier. The faster my dudes attack, the better it is. So we're sitting at the... It lets you summon a buff mage for all your resources. Ah, that one. No, I haven't tried that one out yet. I mean, right now, I just consider the masses of mages to be better. Especially when you're playing the damage over time bonus, right? It just works out too well. Not sure which glove is better, the warrior one or the mage one. I think the glove that is better rolled is better. When I am boosting both my mages and my warriors, I'm using both, and I don't have anyone sacrificed, so I only have the golem sacrificed because I'm using his aura, right? So he gives us more damage. But I actually don't have the reapers sacrifice. I have my reapers to do 50% increased damage and to stun, right? Because that's actually immense. And I have my mages to obviously do the damage over time. You could technically sacrifice the reapers to buff the mages, but since the buff is only 15%, I really don't see where that is in any way useful. It seems to be just hampering your DPS total if you would do that. So I really can't see that, you know? Or I would lower my potential DPS to that. What we definitely need to push this further are the mythics. So we gotta like try to get a lot of keys today. Push things further. But I first gotta find out if like the Azeroth charm is actually bugged, because I would really like to know if I could make the... So that was a 700 billion, by the way, for you like who hasn't seen like high billions in a GIF. It is possible, very much possible. Well, are you glyphs? Oh, my glyphs are 110 currently. I haven't actually played my Necro a lot. I've focused more on the other classes. So today we're gonna boost the Necro a bit further as he finally gets some playtime. I just want to know like the best combo of like how can I like really make the most out of my Army of the Dead or something. I mean, technically like using Army of the Dead cold is nice. But the problem is that it just freezes, so that's somewhat useless. But you could consider that I can actually use also Army of the Dead now to boost the damage of my minions by 50%, right? Because the problem with Army of the Dead cold is it doesn't even become a cold skill or a darkness skill or anything, right? It's just Army of the Dead still, right? Ultimate summon skill, but that doesn't do anything for us. guess the only advantage of Army of the Dead being cold skill is that it freezes, and that's kind of cool. Lost my heart of stone. They're playing the All Flame season. No, when the All Flame season starts, I'm on vacation, and when I'm back from vacation, the All Flame season already running for a week. Not only is the All Flame season running for a week, when I then come back from vacation, I will be... Come on, Brain Sane. I'll be playing Beast of Reincarnation. But this is like right now for... hitting. We need to try out the Azure Wrath with the Litless Wall build. Okay, Chad? And then we're going to take our keys to like try to kill a few more. Maybe we'll get an Azure Wrath. Maybe we'll get a Litless Wall. So one of the two in Mythic would go like a long way. Oh, he just bumped me with his poison. The warrior sacrifice won't get reanimation. If you play reanimation and your warriors are sacrificing themselves, yes, you shouldn't be getting the reanimation. I say shouldn't be getting because who knows what weird shamambo bambos are going on in the background. Right? You never know. Like, all my ghosts are not really that high leveled. Gotta get him up, but I'm working on it. Did you get any Warlock stuff posted? We posted the build this morning. In case you missed it. Here, let me show you the thumbnail. That's the 100 trillion comeback. Mr. Peppered. No worries. We gotcha. This is my proudest achievement for this build. Like, critical strike damage, vulnerable damage, all damage, and darkness skill ranks. It has everything, chat. Like, it literally has everything. This is like the perfect amulet that I have ever gotten. It is my one true love. So we could technically keep the Pact of Bones out and play the Signet of Pelgane. But here, so we have a Pelgane chat waiting for us for this build, for the second version of the build, right? Because we have a Pelgane in Mythic, as you can see here, right? This is actually a really good Pelgane because it has the all damage in max life. The max life is obviously useless. And we could re-roll the final stat here, the resource cost reduction. We could re-roll that into a critical strike damage multiplier. So that's actually, look at this. This is a beautiful Signet of Pelgane. But your freeze effects cause enemies permanently take increased cold damage from you for each second they're frozen. So if I play the Pelgane, I'd have to play Frost minions. I wouldn't have the option, right? It would be like, yes, we're playing Frost minions. But that needs Lucky a chance to make resource, by the way. Ow, instant. See, that's a very good Pelgane if we then decide to like go full Frosty minions. How many Azure Wraths do I have? Azure. We get some, but not like a single good one. This one has like maximum life, poison damage. This one has crit damage, but life on hit. It might be the best one we have currently. Okay, first, let me kill the Reaper a few more times. First, let's kill the Reaper a few more times. Thing is that I have like, so like if you look at the build, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6 more items that I can get in Mythic. So like the Mythic density for Necromancer is really high. And obviously considering that Mythics are so valuable and so good, yeah. Couldn't hurt to get that, right? Should have to get Azeroth. Azeroth. Do, 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 do. Oh, we're not getting mythics from you today. Oh, there, finally, chest armor. Oh no, not a chest armor. Like literally, no, there's not a single good chest armor. Oh god, no. Oh god. That's so bad. I mean, seriously, that's just like, that's so bad. It's like a kick in the throat, and I don't like to be kicked in the throat, right? Getting GAs on your gear or glyphs to level 100? Both, Eric. I mean, glyphs to level 100 you can force, while GAs on your gear you might not be able to force, so make out of that what you want, right? I just got a helmet, so what we're going to do is we're going to keep this helmet, and we're going to keep this ring here. Because I still have to upgrade a ring to Mythic. No, actually not a ring to Mythic. We need to upgrade... Well, optimally, I would get the helmet. So what do I rather want to get? Do I get the helmet to Mythic, or do I want to get the... I need to get the gloves to Mythic. Yeah. Gloves. The gloves would be our biggest damage multiplier. I mean, I could be trying to get Azeroth to Mythic, but how high is the chance that I see an Azeroth? Like, what does Necromancer have in one-handed weapons? Like, we got Orzavane. One-handed weapons. We got Orzavane, Mace of King. We got Mace of King Lerorik. We got the Mortar Crew. We got Shot of Varathiel. There's not that many. The Shard. That's a Gloom Ward. I mean, that's great when a like weapon literally becomes not what I'm looking for. That's a Deathless Visage. My loot filter can be found on diablofilter.com. That's where my loot filter is present. Pretty much on the front page, you'll find popular filters on the right side, and there you can find the Mr. Ponyhoff filter. Waiting for you there. One of the most popular filters on the website. If I get my answer. Okay, so I have an answer why my minions are not working, Chan. In order for minions to work, your final stagger needs to be a freeze. Okay? So right now I'm using, for example, my Reapers for more damage. But if I was using my Reapers for more damage, it doesn't work because my Reapers might stun. But like the final stagger on the boss needs to be a freeze. Now that might sound a little bit stupid for you, like what the fuck, but that's exactly why it's not working. So if we're freezing as the final hit, then Azeroth works. Okay. I mean, it's not okay because it's kind of like fucking stupid, but... You know? Okay. I wanted to do helmet. I get an unmaker. Wow. Frustrating. Frustrating. Doo -doo 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 -doo. Let's break down the charms. Wendigo, no one likes you. You know what? Actually, we're going to have to keep these. I got another Azeroth here. Mythic charms are not a thing, sir. They are a fluke. They don't actually exist. Okay, so technically we can play Azeroth, but in order for Azeroth to work, we need to freeze. Okay, your Darkness Guilds chill enemies for up to 100%. So my Darkness Guilds are chilling, which is good. And we do more damage to frozen enemies. So the Azeroth would work. But again, we cannot stun. So like this one, lucky hit chance to immobilize enemies is actually terrible, or this lucky hit chance to immobilize enemies is also terrible. Because if we then immobilize enemies with a lucky hit chance, that would not work. Right? It would literally break what we're doing. So you kind of, it's the last possible thing you actually want. That means here my Fur of the Black Shroud, instead of like having the lucky hit chance to, like, we would rather like want to have something different. Right? Okay, that's so weird. I mean, like, if I obviously get a lucky hit chance to freeze, that would work, because like, why would it not work? That is so obnoxiously weird to consider. See, this lucky hit chance to slow now, and I don't want that. So despite it being Darkness Guilds, see, there's a Bearer now with Darkness Guilds. So technically that Bearer with Darkness Guilds would be better than the Phoba here. So I'm gonna have to equip this for now, just so we can get rid of this, right? And then we have to also get like a different. I have to make another Azeroth. Like, let's just make another one. And I have so many Azeroths just flying around here that I don't need, right? Bloodless, no Bloodscream stays. Wendigo, T-Balls. Burn. Here, chance to do physical damage. Yeah. See, like that. That's just better than anything else. Okay, let's do 110 and see if we can get the freeze done now. So weird. So like the biggest problem was probably that my skeletal dudes, they would just randomly there was a 1 trillion hit. That was probably like an Azeroth freeze explosion now. Okay, so things make so much sense now that instead of being CC'd, that is such a stupid thing when you like really don't know this. Like, this is one of these things that makes me incredibly like annoyed with Diablo, because like if you're a normal person that doesn't know this and you're like, oh, cult minions, and I'm just going to play this because it looks like so much fun, and because it does look like so much fun, but then you're just being like merely shafted, right? Doesn't seem kind of cool to me to just get merely shafted like that. That lightning just tore me apart. Problem is, if we're again playing Azeroth, then my obviously set juicing that I've been doing doesn't work anymore, right? For someone like me who can't play the game due to circumstance, thank you, Veneric. Good to see you there. Oh godness, like I did not just walk onto that, did I, Chan? It's like Necromancer's biggest weakness is currently just still being on the squishier end of things. We're working on that, right? There are a couple of twiddles DDs we can twiddle-dee-die. We would probably have to just make sure that everything is greater affix max life because we're sitting like at 39k. And 39k is actually not a lot. So you kind of want to sit at like above 40 or bust. But also Necromancer doesn't have much max life from many sources. So that's like a double bust on top. Like not only do you not have a lot of life, you also don't have access to a lot of life. And obviously I can make myself tankier by using the barrier shadow dudes. But if I want to go for maximum damage, that's not a thing, right? Yeah, I want to see the fight versus the boss, chat. If I'm not getting like that freeze kaboomsy now happening. The problem is you only have like X chances to freeze an enemy, right? So if you're then not getting set freeze because whatever reason, and you're not getting the kabloomy, then like your whole reason for carrying that one item just got invalidated. Feel very good to me, Mr. Stark. Okay, let's freeze him. Now he's frozen. We have no other CC but freeze. Didn't work. That seems so weird. So we have like no other CC, right? We have the Blight. Just my Army of the Dead doesn't have a chance to stun, right? No, technically Torture Artist could actually stun, so we can't have this one, right? And this one is also just slowing. I mean, actually, so the slow from Decrepify could CC. There's a lucky hit chance for slow to do that. So weird. Do another one higher. Like try to get multiple freezes, right? Is the druid given up or complete? The druid is complete, sir. I mean, you just... Oh, there was a trillion hit. Easy. You just need the mythics now. So here, it's clearly working, right? Enemies are getting frozen, and we're seeing the explosions. So that is... It's like safe call. Right? They're frozen, and then boom, they stop being frozen, and boom, there was a 5 trillion hit. So that works. Don't tell me that doesn't work. It's pretty obvious to me. Freeze him, please, and then explode him, please. It's literally not worth it to freeze like a single target when your minions can like freeze everything and instant explode everything. You really just want to have it all gathered up, because then it's like attack, freeze, poof, attack, freeze, poof. Druid is going to get another build though. Like there is an Earth Druid I would like to make. Because Druid has like a specialty going on that the Earth Druid set is actually not working, right? Which means if the Earth Druid set is not working, you could technically fuck around with the triple Mythic Charm, with the triple Unique Charm. That is usually completely useless as well, unless you would kind of make it useful. So could you just kill that poor goblin in the corner of the map? Minions? Thank you. So I can see why people would be playing all frost minions if they really, really, really just 100% want to guarantee the freeze. Okay. Now we gotta test how well this would work with the Signal of Pelgane if we're gonna play it like this, right? I wonder how much a lucky hit chance to freeze on your items would help, technically. Okay, so with the Azeroth charm, we've done a 115 without the Azeroth, or without, like, making it work. And we were definitely slower than we are right now. What you haven't... Yeah, so the Earth set will just suddenly stop working. It's like the weirdest thing in the world. The Old Mother set that is responsible for most of the damage then on Earth Druid just suddenly stops functioning, and that's obviously kind of not fun to play like that. It's like, oh, hey, my set that is like my biggest damage scaler just decides to spontaneously not work anymore. Let me just celebrate that to no end, because why would I not be... Got that lightning beam. Just took me out. The Selig Bone Spirit build is not an option, no. I mean, there is a Bone Spirit build that was working last season, but that one was mostly functional due to overpower. And since overpower is so heavily nerfed, yeah. See, like, again, Azeroth didn't do anything. Let's freeze him again. He's frozen again. Azeroth didn't do anything. Azeroth against bosses is just useless. I mean, it's not like that I required it in the boss fight, but it just feels bad when my charm is essentially doing nothing. You know, I mean, it clearly works as we're pushing through, so that's a fact and a half. That clearly works. Walker, let's see that we get there in time. The Lightning Sword build video. Nope. This season, Lightning Sword is not a thing. It's actually Firewall Sword all the way. I don't think that Lightning Sword in any way actually works this season. It used to, but they so heavily nerfed it that's not fun anymore. What's this build? This is a full freeze Necro. Can we craft mythic unique charms? There are no mythic unique charms, no. You might have seen a video of a creator talking about mythic unique charms. Those mythic unique charms are scam. I'm sorry that you have to find out this way. You get scammed. Do you have a video of Firewall? No, sadly, I don't have a video on Firewall Sork. I found it not interesting so far. We will make a video on Firewall Sork. I was hoping to be able to get like a complete off-meta Sork off the ground. The problem is that all the off-meta Sorks they're so bad. I mean, they're so bad. Like, it's not even funny. It's like, oh, hi, you want to shoot yourself in the face? No problem. Off-meta Sork. So I think you don't want to shoot yourself in the face, right? Level level should I stop using the board rush on the Paragon tree and start putting the glyphs in Yui? Once you have enough Paragon points. It's not a question of levels, it's a question of Paragon points. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to kick out the Pact of Bones, chat. We're going to replace it through the Signal of Pelgain. Why is that interesting? Because the Signal of Pelgain, even if we don't have the Azeroth working, is still going to have the enemies take more damage as soon as they're frozen. So it's a 20, 40, 60, right? It's a big stack. So you're instantly just making sure that the enemy takes more kavoomph. And I think that's something worth to consider. By the way, let's actually take a ruby. Because technically ruby is better, and also a lightning one too. So 1 ruby, 1 topaz, overall resistance. As that is just... Oh, I'm going to make 3 ground ones. Yeah? Okay. Can this build do tier 12 Mephisto? In the long run, yes. I still have to figure out my defense to the perfect value, so I'm just not happy where my defense currently is. Not content. And one, let's roll chests until we get a preferable one with like max life and resistance to elements is not bad, but I need a higher max life value.
They can't all be winners, can they? Feeling lucky, Mainlander? And also...
So Frozen Orb, but the Fire Wind doesn't do enough damage. Frozen Orb hasn't been good for a while now. Sorry to tell you that. What are you running, Cheat? This is the full minion build.
And it's worth something. Not much, but something.
So the actual, like, full warrior, full mages, like, full build. Well, we're currently trying out to see, like, how much cult minions we want to go. Because the problem right now is if we play the Signal of Pelgain, okay? Then our cult minions are the only damage that we're getting, realistically. Because we're going to get, like, for these cult minions, right? With the projectile spreading. So our warriors would still do damage, but they would do darkness damage. Obviously, our darkness damage just chill enemies, right? That's useful. But our darkness damage wouldn't... get the damage bonus from Pelgain, which is kind of weird and sad. Add resistance. Add resistance. Remove resistance. Add resistance. Remove resistance. Remove resource aspect. Add defensive aspect. Affix. Move resistance. We can't get resistance there. Add resistance. Remove resistance. Add a defensive one. Add core stat. Reroll core stat until we have a better value than 102. And then we're going to reroll the fire resistance into armor. But we're going to miss armor because we're clicking too fast. Now we get a better chest piece that gets a tempered to maximum life. Than the one we've had before. Slightly better, but still better. We're gonna roll until we're hitting the max life. But not that max life, we need to hit the 3000. Oh. Slightly better than the other one. Get Heavenly Strength. Good.
It has been a pleasure.
That brings us HP-wise to the same conclusion.
Here is what remains.
Okay, if we're currently playing this version, we need the Queer Rune. We got Igni Sea, but we can do Igni Soul. But what do we do for the Bulwark? I could technically avoid health damage. Actually, we could play Neo. Soul Igni. That could somewhat work. I'm a newbie for Diablo 4. I'm playing Rogue. My level 70. What should I do first? Well, you gotta now rise through the Torment tiers. That's your goal after you get to level 70. We do have a video for you. It's a progression guide that we uploaded for this season where it's all about getting from 1 to 70. So if you're now trying to from 1 to 70, that's all about what do you do as soon as you hit level 70? How do you progress through the Torment tiers? Okay, so we replace the Shadow Mages now through Frost Mages. It means that thingies are getting frozen now more likely. And everything that gets frozen also takes more damage forever. Now, I wonder if that is actually going to lead to more DPS down the line. Everyone gets instantly frozen, right? It just seems for no reason so much weaker. And their darkness. And the Golem aura popping. Got Azeroth. We got Pelgane. What we're missing is obviously our Pact of Bone, but our Pact of Bone doesn't do anything. I like this a bit more than Army of the Dead. Well, Army of the Dead is fantastic fun to play, and it's just a very trigger-happy build where you spam Army of the Dead. However, Army of the Dead does slow down in Torment 12. If you do get all the mythics, you can obviously keep up with the damage demands, but Army of the Dead does in fact slow down. I do believe, though, if we get the, if we would use the Harlequin Crest on Army of the Dead, we'd actually get like a significant damage boost, so that would make me rather happy. But it doesn't just change the fact that Army of the Dead, due to not having attack, is quite limited in how strong it can grow. So yes, the Golem version that we have and the Minion version are both stronger than Army of the Dead. But to be fair, the Army of the Dead build will just feel better. Because the Army of the Dead is just press Army of the Dead button, do trillions of damage. It's like fun, right? Like who doesn't like to press a button and then see trillions of damage unfold? Whereas with these minions here I'm playing right now, I pretty much have to like summon minions and then hope that they attack roughly where I would like them to attack and hope that they are doing what I would like them to do and then finally see something die. Okay, with a Pact of Bone, we would be doing so much less damage right now. Probably mainly due to missing crit. Currently, we're sitting at 27 crit chance. It's incredibly low. So get like crit chance on our gloves to fix that. I mean, literally, like, we'd have to get crit chance on many pieces to fix that. The ring is bugged. No, the ring is not bugged. You have to do cold damage. That is correct. But that's not bugged. That's intended. Like, you're supposed to do cold damage to feed the Signal of Pelgain. It was changed. Like, the Signal of Pelgain used to be not only cold damage, and now it is only cold damage, as it actually does make most sense. Okay, but, like, this clear is just weaker than the clear with the Pact of Bones. Interesting. Interesting. So we're back to no Azeroth. And Pact of Bone. Expecting a bit more from you, Mr. Necromancer, sir. In terms of how that works. So, you wanted to see, like, how the damage would be against Torment 12 Belial. I'm not entirely sure what to expect right now. We're sitting, but we could go for the... Let's actually go for the defensive version, so I'm not killing myself. So you get, like, 2 vectors of damage, right? You can go for the mages that do a huge chunk of bonus corruption damage, which is obviously nice. Or you can go for mages that bury you. Now we get the... Oh, we forget this whole room. Yeah, see, like, this is what I meant about just dying when you don't have your barrier. There's lots of Necromounts on Hardcore. I mean, Necro on Hardcore is playable, but you just literally have to live with less damage. I mean, a Hardcore Necro would sit at... Let's see, actually, where are they sitting right now? So the non-Hardcore Necros are sitting at, like, 130, and the Hardcore Necros are sitting at... Yeah, 121. That's what I assumed. Because I could do a 120 without, like, or, like, let's say a 115, 110 without, like, stressing myself too much. But going higher? Questionable. We needed to go... Wait, that was Igni for Quay, and that was Neo for Thol, but we don't need Thol anymore. We would actually need... cast Ultimate and... Wolfies. Oh, by the way, I completely forget we have Neku Rune, right? Oh, we wanted to do Mephisto, not a Pit. Oops. Oh, I guess we're doing a Pit then. Your Paladin is really weak compared to other classes. Well, I mean, you have to consider that the only reason our friend, the Spiritborn is strong because Spiritborn still has a bug that gives it 600% multiplicative more damage. Now, if you think about like, hey, let's take 600% damage away from the Spiritborn, then the Spiritborn is weaker than the Necromancer, right? So are Necro and Paladin really weak, or do other classes just have stupid bugs going on? I mean, it's both. By the way, this is not an either or, it's both, right? But if Necro had a stupid damage bug, then Necro would also be strong. We just need like another easy peasy 200% damage squeezy. That would be fantastic. Don't have that though, so that's that, right? Are you not enjoying the Horadric Cube RNG? Well, there is not really that much RNG in the Horadric Cube. I mean, there's an amount of RNG, but that's just more like throwing material at the problem than anything else. We can also make the Horadric Cube completely deterministic, but honestly, the RNG is minimal and you can really force good outcomes. I literally craft, like every single item piece I have is handcrafted. Right? I find something with 1 greater affix and the other 3 I slab on. Rogue is bugged on another level anyway. Exactly. When you just look at Rogue's 150 finish, that's a fluke. If you're looking at Spiritborn's 150 finish, that's a fluke. If you're looking at Barbarian's 150 finish, that's also a fluke because Barbarian is just fucking overtuned still by having 4 weapons. I'm sorry. It's just bullshit. And Barbarian will always be bullshit. So then you get the Druid with a 150 finish, and Druid has like currently 4 bugs. I think that makes it stronger than it should be. So also a fluke, right? And I'm not sure, was there a Sork 150 finish from a Japanese person? Not sure if there's a bug involved as well or not, right? So like where you could say that Paladin and Necro are the realistic damage right now, to be honest, of classes that are performing adequate, right? Of classes that cannot use the Melted Heart of Selly to just become OP because it doesn't matter if you're losing your amulet slot. You know, like you gotta consider why can Barbarian use Melted Heart of Selly to become Undying? Because Barbarian has so many aspect slots due to his weapons that he can just say, oh, my amulet slot, I don't need that. It's fine. But now imagine my Necroid loses his amulet slot. That's 133% damage gone that I'm not getting back from anywhere else. Right? There's not like a magical fairy that will just grant me like another 2-handed slot or another 50% bonus slot, right? I'm just donezo for. I mean, obviously, we all want things to get buffed. Let's be fair. But you know how easy it would be to buff things? Do you want to know how easy it would be to buff things? I mean, like, I really have to make a video this week how I would change Diablo to make it better. Because there are so many things you could easily change to improve the game. For example, if you look at the Paragon board of the Necro, right? We're getting 45% damage and 15% damage reduction. The Warlock has a similar board. Do you know what the Warlock board does, Chad? The Warlock board does 75% damage and 25% damage reduction. Now explain this to me. These are the same boards, more or less. They do the same thing. They're generic damage reduction something boards. But yet the Warlock one has almost twice the damage. Right? These are like little things where you're like, okay, but that doesn't make sense. Because if you would now just make this Paragon board, like alone if the Paragon boards of the Necromancer would be on the level of the Warlock or Paladin, Necromancer would instantly just do 5 to 10 pit tiers more and suddenly sit at pit 140 instead of 134 and actually be viable and competable, right? Just like that. Now you could say, we don't want so much power from the Paragon board. Yeah, but why are other classes having it? Right? If you don't want that much power from the... Why are other classes having it? to make that universal. I mean, they're just like, there's so easy fixes to these things, I feel like. And I don't understand why Blizzard is not entertaining them. This is like my main thing. I don't understand why Blizzard is not like, hey, let's give this a try and see how much of a difference it would feasibly make. I mean, that's what a PTR is there for, right? You know the answer? I mean, the answer is obviously simple because Necromancer doesn't sell enough skins. Right? 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 Hmm? Does build post anywhere? No, we're just fine-tuning it currently, sir. Once the build is fine-tuned, we're gonna put it out. I mean, currently we're missing the mythics, so this is like the problem. In order to become stronger, meaningful stronger at this point, I need my mythics. Right? So I have my Bloodless Scream as a mythic. That's great because it goes for 325% damage. And I think usually it's 200% bonus damage. So that's a 125% damage boost. That's kind of fucking nuts. Right? That amount of bonus damage, just like that. Like the damage we're doing against Mephisto, reasonable damage. Right? I'm gonna get him killed. So can we kill Mephisto with this? Yes, we can. I mean, is it as good as my Warlock who just pooped on Mephisto with 3 hits? No, absolutely not. Would we need to get our shit to like do more damage? Absolutely yes. But realistically, you're going to get him easily down. And the best part is I just have to stay on distance, right? I mean, I don't have to get close to him. I'm my Necro self here, so I can just stand here on distance. And don't have to be next to him, and we're good. Alright, so that's phase 1. The top Necro player is running the Imbiber Glyph to drink potions for damage because there's no better option. Well, I mean, you're talking about pit pushing, and you're talking about like a 20% versus 15% bonus damage. So yes, there is no better option, but you're also talking about maxing at a level where it just gets silly, if that makes sense. Because honestly, these 5% damage matter. They don't matter unless you obviously oh god, that was way too many explosions. So yeah, we can't do Mephisto, right? Unless you obviously care about pushing for the maximum level, right? So if you don't care about pushing for the maximum level, if this is not what you're doing, then like something like the Imbiber Glyph is not required, right? Because I don't want to drink my potion to get like here this Imbiber, right? I don't want to drink my potion to get the bonus damage. So if you look for Imbiber, it says for every 5 willpower purchase within range, you deal increased damage while healthy. That's amazing. And then you gain 5% increased damage and 5 increased potion healing for each missing healing potion up to 20%. Now that's 20%. 20% is nice, but the damage while healthy is also very nice. Now you could though also use the glyph here of Amplify. Now obviously Amplify is only 10 and not 20. Abyssal is 10, right? So these are obviously weaker. That being said, we're talking about a 10% damage difference, right? We're not talking about like triple damage, quad damage. It's 10% more. Now for pit pushing, that does matter if you get these 10% or not. Dude, like no questions asked. You're not gonna hear an argument for me about that. Oh, so did I miss the Realm Walker again? That's why Barb Strong skins money. You know how it is. I wish it wasn't that way. Yeah, other glyphs to get buffed in the Paragon board, it would be nice. Again, Ben Falk, if you compare it to the Necromancer, on the Necro, I have like 3 glyphs or 5 glyphs that all give me plus 15% damage. So yes, does it seem silly if my glyphs give me 10% or 12% bonus damage, while the Necro is getting plus 15 on every single one? Yeah, yeah. That seems pretty silly to me again. I've been glyph theory crafting corpse damage and taking the -2 to mages to get higher damage to mages overall. You mean like playing the... what? Not the Coven? But the Coven seems to be too good to be true. Because Gift of Death is not worth it. And we're also playing the Litany of Death here because they actually give us bonus critical strike chance, which is amazing. But the fun part about Necro, like I have literally 33 crit chance from this plus, and then for my Skeletal Priest I get another big crit chance bonus, right? So you're pretty much crit chance maxing without even trying. I'm just sad that Azeroth is not correctly working. It really frustrates me to no end, because that would make it like really good against bosses. And Fog. The middle makes the mage count as corpse skills as well. Yeah, I can see that, but I don't see the massive benefits to it. Sure, you can take, as you say, a better glyph, but the meaningful damage increase I cannot see. Like, especially the meaningful damage increase of, like, missing out on 2 mages. I just cannot see it. Already farm Azeroth. I would get currently superior lair keys. Then I would kill Belial, the big Belial. And open up Bartuk loot chest at Big Belial. That's what I would do to farm Azeroth. Because actually going for the Infernal Hordes to farm Azeroth does not seem like fun. The Warrior Node activates Flesh Eater. I don't think I'm even playing Flesh Eater at this point. I mean, we went for Son of Death for the damage reduction. We went for Wither for that 300% bonus damage. Then you get Frailty, Curse damage, and you get Cult Leader. Like, Son of Death is just painfully outdated. Here, search some method into your bachelor. Well, I hope you're gonna get it done, sir. When you started watching, I was finishing my bachelor. So I know the nuisance it is. Or it can be. The charm setup looking. We're currently playing double set. Because double set is best. Since you're getting the 30% damage reduction. And you're getting the 35% damage reduction. That's like in order to stay alive is just the best set combo. Sorry, there's no alternative to that. I think there's obviously higher damage versions, but it comes down to quality of life, right? You don't want to play a full minion build where you consistently die. You want to play a full minion build where you actually survive, and that's just where that wins. What can I say? Right? I mean, congratulations to... Gem Reserve. Gem Reserve is always good. You look like a closeted homosexual. Well, thank you, sir. My wife actually says I'm not taking enough care of myself, Tokyo. So I definitely need to work on that skincare routine. But I appreciate the compliment. So shout out, chat, to Mr. Tokyo, who wants a date, but he's too shy to ask. He was like trying to ask through the flower if we're available. I must decline, my friend. I'm sorry. Appreciate the interest, though. Damn, you could, like, you know, again, we can do more damage if we, for example, use the Respite and Dirk. Because we don't pull enemies that much together, and Respite and Dirk would be bonus damage against isolated enemies. And since your minions actually enjoy attacking isolated enemies, right? That's kind of that. But again, that's 120% bonus damage versus 60% bonus damage. And 60% bonus damage is always. So I wonder, is the Respite and Dirk even so good? Right? What country are you from, Corva? In Diablo, my friend. I'm from Germany. And I'm in Germany. I'm like from and in. The double trouble. The double trouble. This is why I like playing Necro for overall gameplay. Because look how quick I can just go through this dungeon, right? The only thing that will hold me is corners. Corners are my enemy. Because if I hit a corner, I get stuck. Right? Because my teleport is not a teleport. My teleport is a dash. You can kill Mephisto, but Lilith still one-shots. That's because it's Lilith, Magina. I would, for Lilith, make myself a Lilith exclusive build that exclusively is good at killing Lilith. I, for example, use my Druid for that. Right now, like a Blazing Scream Warlock. Honestly, my Blazing Scream Warlock just pooped on Lilith, and it's like so tanky that it doesn't die. So if I would have to kill her right now, and I would have to devise a build on how would I kill her the easiest, most efficient. Okay, this is Gold Reserve and Ruptures. This is like the best thing that we could possibly get. There's nothing better. Why is Gold Reserve and Ruptures so good at your third dungeon? Because we can now spam farm this if we want to. So what is the spam farm for the people that are not aware of this? It's like super cool. So what we're going to do right now is we're literally just in here to do one Rupture and to open up as many Gold Reserve chests as possible, right? So we don't actually want to do the dungeon. We don't really care about the dungeon per se in itself. We just care about getting like a few chests. And we care about opening up the Rupture. And then you could like reset and reset and reset this dungeon over and over again. Now, optimally, you will get a good dungeon that is super easy to traverse through. So you could get all the chests every single time. But not all dungeons are built equal, and some are more annoying than others, so it's like not really worth it to traverse through some of them. This is why we're playing this version here right now. I have like Barrier, I'm tanky. I'm not like victim, easily fallen prey to our annoying opponents. But I can take quite a beating. What I like about this version so much. Oh, we opened 9 tiers. Very good, my dude. See, like now I finally get killed. Hadouken's good to see you there. Scovis and 100 dungeons are too long. Actually, Scovis has some extreme short dungeons. And when I say extreme short dungeons, like they're really super short at times. So this is the first chest now that gives us 11 million. And we get a second chest. Please tell me that there's another Rupture on this side. Oh, no. There's no Rupture on this side. Okay, this is an official now horrible dungeon. Because I am literally forced to actually do the first part of the dungeon. And that slows down the farm tremendously. I think we're not even going to reset this one. I mean, I wouldn't mind a Scovis or an Ahantu dungeon because they don't have, how do you say this now? So the Scovis and Ahantu dungeons, they don't have checkpoints, right? So you just go through them, and you can just like go through them as fast as possible, which actually makes them really useful for the reset strategies, as you pretty much go in, open chests, go out, open chests, go in, open chests. Right? Dokins, I'm sad that Neo 3 didn't get the love and total it deserved in the internet. When game was good, don't get me wrong, but people, it was really niche. I mean, we're gonna say that, right? Sometimes some Souls games, they're not super niche. They're actually quite popular. For example, Wuchang Fallen Feathers was surprisingly not niche. Lies of P also not niche. That one was just 10 out of 10, right? But I was surprised how not mainstream Nioh was. It was a good game. Like, I really enjoyed it. I had a great time, but I could see why it wasn't more mainstream. And that's not because it was a bad game in any capacity, right? Games are not terrible. That's why they're not mainstream. It's like they're just not mainstream enough. Oh, by the way, chat, did you like Darkest Dungeon? Chat, do you like Darkest Dungeon? And do you like Dave the Diver? Because there's an amazing game releasing tomorrow that I actually played at Gamescom. So I have no skin in the game. I just want to tell you about the game because I think it's like super fucking cool. Specific items via the Whisper Root farm method? No. Tomorrow, it's called Dive or Die. It's a game where you have to build your base, your diving base, and then you literally dive for eldritch horrors. And it's kind of like Darkest Dungeon and like Dave the Diver combination. It's probably one of the greatest games I've played at Gamescom last year. Let me show you something. You're gonna laugh your ass off when you see that. Here. I posted that to my moderator. I found it like so cool. So it's like here, the game is called Dive or Die, Children of the Rain. Play the game here, Dive or Die. But let me show you a... Like it has this Eldritch Horror vibe, right? This is your town. You have to build up. And there's like a story, right? And you have to actually dive. This is the diving, right? You have to go down and you have to dive for secrets and you have to go up. You have to equip new divers, right? You have to build, like, keep your oxygen meter handled on the left side. It's so there's a demo out right now. So if you're interested in this, like I'm just like, again, no skin in the game, right? Has really cool vibes. So they have like a demo currently running on Steam that you can play. It's so much fun. Darkest Dive, yes, Hadokens. That's how it feels a bit. They like, the whole idea was pitched to me like, what do you think about Darkest Dungeon and Dave the Diver? That was literally like how they approached me, right? I was like, okay, show me the game at Gamescom. Surprise me. And they did. We almost have the same build. I'm confused how you're doing a bit more damage than me. Okay, Damned, are you online? Then I can invite you and I can tell you where you're lacking or what the reason or might not be. And I can check your profile. Well, then give me your Battle.net ID and we'll check your profile and I'll tell you what the issue could or could not be potentially. How do you have so many people summon? Helmet. The Undercrown gives you 4 bonus mages, 4 bonus warriors, which leads to 18 in total. Kinda cool. My second ring is critical strike chance, well then. Did we kill? No, we need to kill one more bandit. This whole dungeon is like actually horrible because the amount of chests is like so minimal in this. Like usually there can be up to 20 chests in a dungeon, and some have many, others don't. I mean, the amount of chests also varies from playthrough to playthrough of an area. Wait, where's the bandit I'm missing? Slay the bandit captains. But where did I miss a bandit captain? Oh, no, wait. There's... Oh, on top of me. Jeez. Oh, actually, you know, yeah, you can go into my friends list and I can still check out your account, but I cannot invite you into my party. Exactly. Jesus Christ. It's like I'm in solo self-found. How does Diablo 4 stack up in replayability? The seasons have been good, Amelia. I mean, some bad, some good, others great, like others worse. All in all, though, it hasn't been bad. Honestly, I've been playing the game now as a creator for many, many years. And I gotta say, even if I wasn't a creator, I would definitely play the seasons because they're nice. And if you don't have too much time, and I think this is a very important thing to point out, even if you have not that much time, you can still finish the season, right? I mean, if I consider how much time I had to put in to finish the PoE challenges of 05, and if I compare this to how quick I could partially finish Diablo, as nice as I find the challenges in Path of Exile, there's something to be said about like being able to get things done in a reasonable amount of time, right? Oh god, he just gets beaten in one stun. Poor guy. So you don't see this, right? But next to the billions of damage we're dealing, there's a billion tick going down. Right? It's like dot, 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 dot. 5 lair boss keys. Damn. Okay, we got a lot of loot. A lot of greater affix loot. A lot of greater affix loot. 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 Okay, Mr. Mad. Let's see what you get there for me. Tell me when you're online. So we got the Fists of Fate, cooldown reduction. We get a normal pair of pants, a normal chest, a sword, triple affix. That's technically useless. However, an item with 3 affixes can virtually be useless, right? Thing is, if I'm not playing Azeroth anymore, right, then I can actually swap my warriors over to Reapers again, because then they deal 50% more damage, right? And that's like kind of useful. PoE is all about dragging it out. It is, but a lot of people enjoy that because they just want to spend more time with the game. I don't think there's a good or bad with this, right? There's no, oh no, it's so terrible that there's so much content, or oh no, it's like, right? I can just say that in case of Diablo, I enjoy that I sometimes can just finish it rather quickly. Right? Without breaking my back. By the way, if we finish at Tower 115, where does that end us up? With minions. Where does this end us, champ? We're currently going in with the Barrier version. Now, the Barrier version has the advantage that I am tankier and I don't actually have to look out for my opponents. But the Barrier version is also weaker when it comes down to pushing. So it's pretty much the quality of life version over the I do maximum kaboom and I just go faster through things. But I also feel like it's just this so much better thing to play. No, Warlock need? Warlock would need an execute enemies that Warlock. Necro would need and execute enemies that have more damage over time than life. I think that would be really cool if we had that. Right, you get this obviously with the Shattered Bow, but Warlock Necro cannot carry a lance, full arm, so that kind of falls out. Why is Blizzard decided to overlap Legion with Realmwalkers? Don't ask me, brother. Don't ask me the color of nothing. Who wants to go to Legion events anyways? There's like they have no reason to exist anymore. I haven't been to a single Legion event, and I am not planning to ever go to a single Legion event if no one is like putting a gun to my face and forcing me to go to a Legion event. Absolutely no reason. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me. Try. Yeah, see, like, you have been destroying enemies. They have all their life lost, technically, and yet they don't die. Imagine there was a way to use one of your curses, you know? Imagine there was a way to use one of your curses to actually execute enemies with more shadow damage than life. Maybe the Iron Maiden curse, which is a punishment curse, should have something that interacts with a mechanic like this to actually make damage over time on Necro feel good. Wouldn't that be crazy? Yes, that would be crazy. But would that be also way too easy to implement something in the game? Yeah, it would be way too easy. I mean, seriously, Blizzard. If you're looking at the curses on Necromancer, it's like, we have useless option 1, we have useless option 2. Oh, and guess what? We have useless option 3, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty much using my curses to make blood orbs. But because why not? Like, you know? Why wouldn't I make blood orbs? Pretty recent your ultimate cooldown. I have the Waking Touch set as my second set. That on minion attack reduces the cooldown of my ultimate. And if you consider that I have like 18 minions running, then there's a lot of cooldown ultimate reduction coming. Now, considering that the Azeroth doesn't work, what if we play the Litless Wall regardless? And then use like a one-handed weapon with an aspect. Would that be somewhat good? Play old school PUBG. Well, that's a while ago, my friend. I hope you're good. And you haven't been, I don't know, stuck in a time loop or something. Old school PUBG is quite like 2-3 minutes ago, my friend. Okay, that poor guy needs to die. Use the other set. Well, we use both sets. Okay, we're using Bearer of the Black Shroud because you need 5 pieces of the Black Shroud set. And then we're using the Waking Touch together with the Seal of the Diamond Mine as our second set. Now, the advantage of using 2 sets is that you're getting another 35% damage reduction. That's actually huge. Because we get Heavenly Strength, that's 40% damage reduction. Then you have like a damage reduction from your Paragon board with... Paragon board. I don't know what the one was called again, but yeah, you get damage reduction there too. And then on top of the damage reduction from the Paragon board, we do have the seals. The sets, and both of them, right? I think that's like kind of good. Okay, so where would this land us? How do you proc the Ring Pack of Bone? If you're playing the Sea Rune, then whenever a wolf gets summoned from the Sea Rune, this is the Sea Rune, that summoning of the wolf kicks out an old wolf. See, like here right now, he's dead, right? If he would now get executed instantly, boom. How cool would that be? Where does that put me? This puts me in the top 132. You know what? I'll take that. For the top 50, I'd have to clear 121. Fast enough. See, like, this is what we're competing against. So just for you to understand, right? What are we competing against? So the dude is also playing both set pieces. Because, again, both set pieces are just way too good to not play them, right? He's playing, though, the Bitter Harvest version. Because he doesn't... He's, like, pulling things together with the Corpse Tendrils. That's actually a good one. But we get a Bloodless Scream, essentially, right? We get a Death Grip. Because he has a mythical. And then we get the Blood Moon Breaches together with the Pact of Bones and the Undercrown. All of them in Mythic. It's insane, right? And I have currently my Bloodless Scream in Mythic. That's it. What's your way from Mythics this season? I am forcing the keys. So I do Ruptures to get myself the Superior Layer keys. And then as I get the Superior Layer keys, I'm going to kill the boss. Then I'm going to use my Pandemonium Fragments. And I hope that the boss also drops Mythics for me. Later, Tuesday, so tomorrow, we're also going to open our Glints of Hope to actually get ourselves bonus Superior Layer keys. And then we farm even harder. So, Bloodless Scream over Blade of Zur, Damned, just in case of this build. Blade of Lord Zur is still better on the other build. Right? So, what he's doing is he's playing Bitter Harvest. Bitter Harvest is this one. Corpse Tendrils no longer consume the corpses. Enemies are being immobilized for 3 seconds after being pulled in. This is actually super tanky. Right? Because Bitter Harvest now makes them not attack you. Surprisingly good. Also, you can have then here Critical Strike, bonus chance, and you can make enemies vulnerable, which we don't actually need. How are we making enemies vulnerable? We currently have them. I think here Skeletal Warriors have a chance to make enemies vulnerable. Yeah, we do that. I wonder if we want to play the 24 crit from this, because right now we have the 24 crit, okay? But we're sitting at 27 plus 33. So we're sitting at 60% critical hit chance, right? Could I technically summon 3 more warriors? For the shits and giggles? So yeah, so like you have your Iron Maiden curse, okay? So this Iron Maiden curse, what are we doing with this right now? We could make it a darkness skill just to get more ranks. So we have thorns with something like weird. We have Iron Maiden makes enemies vulnerable, right? Enemies afflicted have a chance to give me ferocity stacks. So these ferocity stacks are actually really good, and overpower stacks as well. And we have like we hear Iron Maiden afflicted will be executed, but this execute is just the standard execute, right? So that actually doesn't do anything for us. Then this one has a chance to give us stacks of resolve and cooldown reduction while we actually make blood orbs. But these blood orbs, technically we should make dazed, because dazed enemies cannot attack me. But also life tap just heals you way too much to actually ignore. Do you think armor sets and effects would improve? African, we have armor. We have sets. The way they did sets is the smartest way they could do it. I'm going to die on that hill, to be honest. I think they did an exceptional good execution of how they should do sets. They did a good job with that. Could they have done armor pieces? Yes. Could they have added belts? Could they have added shoulder pieces and whatever? Yeah. But I feel like the execution on the talisman, that was good. Because it's like bonus to what we have right now. So we don't have to ruin current itemization to make the talisman work. And the talisman is just bonus boost. That's kind of cool. My problem currently is how imbalanced some of the sets are. Because some sets are giving you like absolute abhorrent, amazing, crazy damage bonuses, right? I mean, Waking Touch, for example, gives you 450% to Army of the Dead, right? That's crazy. So in total, it's 510% bonus damage. While the Fear of the Black Shroud gives you 75% bonus damage, right? And then it gives you another 225. So that's actually substantially weaker than the Army of the Dead, right? I mean, in the grand total, it's actually still very, very, very powerful. So don't get me wrong. But it's kind of like there's an imbalance between some of the sets where you're like, not vibing with that. I'm not sure how to fix that, right? But what could you do to do it different? I don't know. Just make all sets do equal damage. But then again, that would probably create a weird imbalance again. That also wouldn't be good. So not sure. Okay, let's see how our 12 warriors are feeling with now slightly less attack, chat. Because we now have like three more warriors, right? But all my warriors are like, they're doing massive damage. We're also playing this without Azeroth because again, Azeroth is kind of like Borkin and we don't like that. I'm not sure if I want to play try out the Corpse Tendril thingy because right now the problem is that your Blight can pull things together on distance, but it also makes Blight actually cost a resource. And when you use up your Blight resource, then you're not left with resource for sometimes zooming around. So in normal dungeon gameplay, it can actually feel bad. Oh wow, the poison damage that enemies are dealing to us is like instantly moving the stone away from me. It's so weird. Like I'm not even taking damage, but due to the poison damage touching me, that stone just drops out of my hands. Out a single second consideration. So like it just falls. Like there's something hardcore buggy about that as well. Because you can do a whole dungeon where enemies are actually hardcore hitting you, right? And you're never gonna lose the stone. And then you're just like for 1 second in there and it's like stone gone. It's been your main this season is very strong. I mean, like the cool part about this build is the amount of possible growth. Because like the longer you play this, the more likely you are to get the mythics and the more amazing it will feel, because honestly the mythics are crazy for this build. So like I am not surprised that the Necro players in the leaderboard that actually play Necro a lot, that they have all the mythics already. Because right now with the fragment upgrade and everything, getting mythics is like so easy. I mean, I should actually now spend my next hour here just simply farming ruptures and getting myself like the keys, right? Over and over and over again. Because why wouldn't I do that? But I'm also like benchmarking a bit. So it's like I kind of want to just farm keys, right? But at the same time, I need to benchmark the build on how like the changes are doing that we're applying to it. And if they actually do work. I mean, right now, I think this is like the version I'm the most happy with. Where we're reducing our critical strike chance, which seems a bit weird. Pony, you're reducing your crit chance. Yeah, I am. But it's actually working, right? It's to our benefit that we're reducing the crit chance. Because it allows us to get 3 more warriors. And considering that we're also using our warriors for heavy damage, it kind of works nicely together. really appreciate your content. I'm ADHD and struggle with some people explaining builds, but you do a brilliant job. Comic, appreciate it. It's my secret power as a creator, I guess, that I can explain everything rather concise and good without trying to, you know, repeat myself 20 times. I mean, I know what you're talking about because I watched an intro of a creator today of a new, like, I watched build guides myself too. Point 1 to see interesting builds, point 2 to become better at my craft, right? Because if I see things not to do or things to do, then you can only get better at it. But yeah, I was watching a creator this morning too, and in the first minute, it was just like, look at the damage, look at the damage, look at the damage. That was pretty much the intro. It wasn't like, here, this is what we're doing, and like, these abilities are kind of being used. No, it was like, look at that damage. Look at the trillion. There's more trillions. Trillions! And that was like the first one of the video. It was just like pointing with a finger at the trillions. And I was kind of like, yeah, cool. I mean, I stopped watching after 30 seconds, you know? Spaced out, not interested in the rest of the build. Now I know it does trillions. Great. Mr. Mitchell, no name calling here, please. Okay, so I think this should be leading to more damage. It's interesting. Or 115 clear. I just don't know what clear time we had for the 115 before. So now I cannot really compare. So that's the thing. Like with the latest change, we're seeing like at a 5-minute 115, which is not like too fast to be honest, but it's like fast enough, so I like it. With the Reapers, the bonus damage. The attack is every 10 seconds, which is actually kind of sad that it's only every 10 seconds. But also the bonus cooldown is quite useless, so we don't actually require that. I'd rather have like every 10 seconds like a big bonus boom than not. We'd have to swap this over to the corruption. So let's do this with the corruption now. Let's do a run with the corruption bonus. Like just see how that vibes. Getting Mythic Seal is hard part. I mean, realistically, you do more damage without the Mythic Seal, but you're tankier with the Mythic Seal. Right? Comic Nerd, by the way. Thank you for the subscription and support. Thank you for the first Prime sub today. Appreciate it. I found you a couple months ago and have learned more about inner workings on how build classes than anywhere else. Well, I mean, we don't get anything from us just throwing shit at you, Luthio. We also need you to understand shit, because then you're more likely to understand further build guides, right? Okay, so now this what we're doing here right now is now the damage over time mages. What is the difference with the damage over time mages? I have less barrier. So technically, I am now way squishier. However, since I don't technically have to be in my opponents, right? Like that way squishier does not matter. But the bonus damage over time is nuts, because look at the guy, how fast he just dies, realistically, right? So because like now my actual shadow damage is adding due to the set damage over time, and then my minions are themselves with every single hit also doing damage over time. And that adds actually like a significant damage over time boost to every single opponent. It's also like how you like pretty much would then just push dungeons, right? So now we did like a 5-minute clear of a 115. Let's see if I go for the damage version, how different that would be. That'll tell you 300 glyphs. Yeah, my problem is often when you get like the build presentations and it's like, see like when I tell you this build is great and I have one single mythic, you're like, yeah, I can do that. But I watched a video this morning on a build that had 6 mythics. And it was like, hey, like, this is doing crazy damage. Yeah, you have 6 mythics. Obviously, it's doing crazy damage. Like, you know, my Meteor Sork, which is the worst Sork in the world currently, would do a lot of damage with 6 mythics. The problem is, like, in reality, so if I now tell you this build can clear pit 130, right? You're going to be like, well, that sounds amazing, clearing pit 130. If you have 5 mythics. Right? If you have 5 mythics, then you have a chance of clearing pit 130. Otherwise, you don't. So, is a different message, right? It's a way different message. Do you have a build guide for this build? No, not yet. Again, we're currently in the fine-tuning phase of, like, really the inner workings. Do we want to use the, you know, Shadow? Do you want to use the Cold? Do you want to do Azure Wrath? But Azure Wrath is actually not working, which is not true because Azure Wrath is working, but it's, like, it's not working, right? So we're going to do, like, the one-to-one comparison here right now in a second. So we're going to, like, finish this run, and then we're going to do an Azure Wrath run to just compare it, right? I'm playing a summoner minion focused on skeleton defenders with a Thorns variant. Using Razor Plate, giving minions my Thorns with tempers and scaling everything through physical damage. And you made it to tier 12. That's impressive, sir. I mean, with what you just told me, I was like, this Enthusiast build, probably like Torment 10 max. Struggling with Torment 12, but I'm glad to hear that. And I think the main problem is that a lot of minion Thorns interactions are still not working as they should work. So you probably got it to work, but you're not even seeing the true potential of the build because you're like a lot of things are still not working as they actually should. Which means you could be even more powerful. So by the way, to the person saying he never saw 500 trillions in between, like we do see trillions in between. Did you check the number 2 leaderboard, Necro? You mean the number 3 leaderboard, Mr. Jericho? How is he different? He has all the mythics. Step 1. I can show you the build. What's the current bug with Azure Wrath? The last hit on the boss needs to be a freeze. It cannot be a stun. And I think the freeze needs to come from you and not from your minions. Otherwise, it's not a freeze. Right? So if the last hit, if my minion hits him and freezes him, no county. If I hit him and freeze him, then it counts. And that's a big difference. Okay, now we had a 5-minute clear also. With the barrier version and with the non-barrier version. You do enough damage, Honor. Well, we might be doing enough damage, but there's still a lot of things to optimize. Okay, so what is the number 2? You're talking about this one here. So we get Mr. Jericho, right? He does play minions as well. But as you can see, he does the Azure Wrath. He has the Blood Moon Breaches, Greater Affixed. He has the Helmet in Greater Affixed. And I think if you have the Helmet, it actually summons more minions. And he's playing the Signal of Pelgain together with the Rule of the Bones. That one is only worth it if you play Bloodless Wall and if you play Azure Wrath. But again, Azure Wrath is broken and he has here the Bloodless Scream, right? Generally speaking, it is the same build, but you notice here also transfiguring for cold damage, another 12% damage. Transfiguring for gem strength, that's nice. Here, cold damage on his boots too, right? That's another nice one. That's already more damage. Crit chance on this. So, like, that's all obviously more damage. I would assume that Jericho also, like, here, 136, 137, 137, right? This higher is a big difference too. Did they add Pandemonium fragments to the caches? Yes, but do not open the caches yet. You want to wait until they add the keys as well. So you don't only want to get Pandemonium from it, you want to get the keys too. So it's not that he's playing a way more successful, different build. He just plays a different thing. So what we're going to try out now, let's do Azeroth because we have the direct comparison. So we now did a 5-minute clear, we did a 5-minute clear, and now we're going to keep the version exactly as is. We're not going to change anything, but we're just adding the Azeroth as a charm. Which means these minions are now getting frozen and the Azeroth explosions are working. Because they're actually working on enemies here in the dungeon. Because enemies are not like bosses, right? Bosses have a stagger bar that builds up, and then these bosses get killed. Whereas the minions in the dungeon, they will get frozen, and then the Azeroth obviously counts. And that's a huge difference. And especially very useful when you have here the enemies clustered up, because I can like cluster up like a lot of enemies, right? And then they get frozen, and then instantly poof, the Azeroth explodes, and the Azeroth explodes. Because the Azeroth thingy is actually an explosion, right? It's not just a damage that people get. It is a explosion to everyone around. So if you then have all of these here together like this, and he gets like the frozen explosion, then he's actually going to take out the guys around him as well. Especially if then the frozen explosion goes for a trillion damage hit. Here again, we get them all together. Here, this dude is frozen, right? And then when he gets unfrozen, dude, like, see, like, he just lost his HP. You notice that? And that's like where, that's the Azeroth effect. That's when it's actually cool, when it's working. And it would be so great against the boss because you can see, like, the damage my dudes are doing. My dudes are amazing. My dudes are crazy menaces. They do a lot of damage. They do, like, hundreds of trillions of damage, like, in a short amount of time. But if it's not working against a boss, you kind of like have a useless thingy with you. But it actually does make the pushing through areas so much faster because you've seen now like the 5-minute clear, correct? And this is here like we're already in 2 minutes, not even 2 minutes in the dungeon, right? And we're already over halfway through. So realistically, it is just vastly better at clearing, especially when you then pull enemies together. Next update up for the minion build, probably tomorrow. I mean, obviously, I would like to today get the mythics, so we got to play a bit more today to get the mythics. So I think we can safely say that... Oh, that's the butcher, that's bad. I told you, killing the butcher with minions is close to impossible, because the butcher has, again, a minion repelling effect, where he walks through your dudes and throws them away. It's like super stupid and it doesn't make sense. And it's just like the butcher, obviously, versus minions, because he doesn't do that to anything else. Like I was trying to kill him with my Golem Necro, for example. And since my Golem Necro has to be close to him, he was just consistently throwing my Golem backwards. So now the butcher gets frozen. Just wait for him until he gets frozen again. And now he should technically take a huge chunk of damage as soon as this freeze ends. But he just doesn't, right? He just doesn't. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to try to summon like all these dudes here together and then have them explode into him. Summon these dudes together. Summon these dudes together. And again, frozen. Like now he's frozen, and technically, again, he should now take like, and this would be like hundreds of trillions of damage explosions, right? That he's going to take, if that would work the way it should. Like, not a little thing. Here with Azeroth, we now had a faster clear, ladies and gentlemen. When it was a Butcher clear, and Butcher is actually harder to clear than the normal pit boss. Right, the normal pit boss would have died faster. Pretty successful, I'd say. So conclusion made for any kind of pushing, we actually need the Azeroth. Interesting. At least as a charm. Now I wonder, can we do a pit 120? I mean, we still have to... Matt, sorry. We still have to check your equipment. I did not ignore you. I don't hate you. I'm just like a scatterbrain sometimes. So we have Mr. Social. Wait, are you online, the man? Okay, and did you accept that friend invite? What's your character's name? He added you. Have you not taken the friend request? Have you not taken it?
It is done.
So I wonder if we could... Now, Katie, I can look at people's screens regardless. I don't want to invite him. I want to look at his screen. You know what I mean? Because if you're my friend list, I can do this. And then I can judge you harshly. Oh, I forget to change something. This is a seasonal character. Yes, queen. Okay, we wanted to... I'll change my dudes here to the cooldown reapers. It's actually required. We need the cooldown reapers or it doesn't work. Okay, so our thingy is here. Now it's gonna run out. So I want to test how often we can have it up. So we can almost have it permanent up. Not completely, but almost permanent up. Pretty good. Is that pretty good? Because bonus crit chance. So this, like, if I have this up, my dudes don't get the 50% damage bonus. But my dudes are actually sitting at 100% crit chance. Which is pretty good, I reckon. So, like, considering that the current 121 spot clear out. Okay, so there's a Summoner Nectar that has 121 cleared, guys. And he has 5 mythics, right? So my question was just how close am I to still doing a 121 even without 5 mythics? Dude, enemies are getting frozen so fast. And that bonus crit chance is obviously more damage. Also, like, it's bonus crit chance plus it's more minions. Right, so, like, you gotta consider that this is now 11 Reapers who are consistently reducing our cooldown, right? Plus, obviously, the Azeroth doing Azeroth thingies. There's a 5 trillion hit. Try to pull them together. Yeah. Killing a single one is not really worth it. But you notice we're not there yet. Right? We're almost there of being able to do a 120 tower. But I guess we'll need one of our items in Mythic. I mean, like, it would probably be best to get the Pact of Bones in Mythic. Because that one would just give us more crit chance. I mean, technically also the Pact of Bones is bad. Because it actually does give us no meaningful damage. It's like 33, 35% damage bonus, right? It's not that much. Could go for an aspect with a 60% damage bonus. However, like, considering that it gives us so much crit plus. Oh god, this one has retaliation and I'm dead. A reprisal, not retaliation. So usually I would just run away from this right now, but we're just going to brave it. No, we're not. Reprisal so bad. Reprisal, worst thing in the game. What's reprisal? Well, you hit enemy and enemy shoots like bombs back at you. And these bombs do unholy damage. We're doing the build tomorrow. But we just noticed, so we can't, like, I think we could do a 118, 119 already. But unless we can do a 120, I'm not going to be happy. We will be seeing the Warlock Mythic soon. I mean, my Warlock has, like, the main Mythic already. But we're still, like, in need of more, obviously. I mean, currently we're close to more, but we need more keys. So we're sitting currently at 2 keys. I'd say let's actually try to just get more keys. Okay, chat? When we get the Realm Walker not up right now, let's try to get more keys. Can you try to make a Heaven's Fury build? Heaven's Fury is Paladin? If I was making Paladin, it would probably be Shield of Retribution or Zeal. Probably Zeal, because Zeal is just more fun. There's one thing I miss about Bone Storm, and that was continuously giving you Barrier. I am genuinely not sure why they removed that, because right now Bone Storm says casting Bone Storm grants a Barrier, right? Do you know how useless that is? Like, I cast my Bone Storm every X. Like, I don't have it active for a long time. So casting Bone Storm is quite not the amazing thing you think it is, right? It's not the most horrible thing in the world, but it's certainly also not very exciting. I'm not saying Heaven's Fury build bad, Steven. I just haven't had, like, you know, much interaction with that. Where can you find this build? Nowhere yet, sir. In the making. But I'm happy that you're interested. But I also want to make a second build today. I want to just start on the path of the Barbarian. Because I hate Whirlwind Barb. Okay, chat? I think Whirlwind Barb is stupid. However, there's a Bleed Whirlwind Barb. And that's not stupid. Because I just like Bleed. No? I'm a sucker for these things. So no Litless with this one. I've been thinking about Litless. The problem is if we're using Litless KD, we currently have the Golem sacrificed. Okay. that gives us essentially 1 Littlest Wall. Then we have the... Then we have a Littlest Wall around ourselves, right? And there's always going to be a Littlest Wall around the Golem in itself, because he's the Golem. That would give us 3 Littlest Walls. One around me, 1 around him, and then 1 in the world. Yeah, that would give 3 Littlest Walls, so it's a 90% damage bonus from Littlest Wall. If I then sacrifice the warriors, we would actually get another damage bonus, so it would be 120% damage bonus. Now, that would be 120% damage bonus plus the Azure Wrath, and then we would have to play the Bloodless Scream as a charm. But in order for this to work, we would now need a greater affixed critical strike damage Azure Wrath. Right? To reasonably make that work. I don't have that. So technically you can play Littlest Wall, but it needs so much, right? So White, will there be more PoE 2 streams? Yes, Mr. White. There will be more PoE 2 streams, but just not before my vacay. Because I have today, I have another 6 days, then I'm on vacation. In these 6 days, I couldn't meaningful start another build and give you a meaningful video, PoE-wise. So it's going to be focused on Diablo for these days. As we're then coming back, there is going to be more... there's going to be a new game coming out that is called Feast of Reincarnation, which actually does look incredibly interesting. So that's what we're then going to do. Of Reincarnation. And after we're done with Feast of Reincarnation in August, there might be time for PoE 2. But also, we should be getting the new league, because let's not forget that there is a challenge league coming for PoE 2. We all don't know the date, but there is one coming, and I am very much excited for that, because then we can, economy reset, start from beginning again. Maybe we're getting a new class, new ascendancy, something. How long do you anticipate playing today? We have another 2.5 hours, roughly, Katie. I started the stream super, super late. Because we were at the doctors before. Yeah, that's right now the plan. Gonna be an evening stream. When we get to fine-tune the rest of this build, we gotta also start on the Barbarian. I'm not sure how far we can push the Barbarian today. He's already 70, so that's good. I want to farm a bit more Ruptures, so we definitely want to do a little Rupture farm to get more keys today. Because we're sitting at 2 keys, right? So I'm currently trying to get an escalation done, a 3rd escalation that we can do Rupture farm. Also, tomorrow the patch is going to hit where we then finally get our keys. So I'm not sure if we have an evening stream tomorrow. So I could just go mental on instant keys and everything. Be nice. Oh, Mr. Junk 2. Hello. Hype for Barb, been one tricking this. Yeah, digital, exactly. I'm thinking Barb, not really I want to push the pit, because if you want to push the pit with the Barb, realistically, you're going to play the Charge Barb. But honestly, the Charge Barb looks terrible. There is a Leap Bleed Barb that I found quite intriguing, but you know how the gameplay looked? I literally watched the video on a Leap Bleed Barb, and I was like, you know what? That looks fucking great. I'd like to show that my community. But then I watched a little bit more of the gameplay, 5 minutes, and I was like, no, I'm dying. This is over. It was so terrible. It's I just wanted to shoot myself. Seriously, it was over. Just kill me right now. End it here. End it! It was not good. Like, seriously. Okay, what we need to try out is we need to pull this out of the, like here, and we actually need to rock a bit of this one here. Because I want to see how the bitter harvest is working. So we're going to just do this now. Because technically we can, like, we can always jump forward into the enemy, right? And then we can pull them together. So that's like the thing how it works with the corpse tendrils and the here. So like here, slow enemies and form a corpse. Right, so I'm jumping forward with my corpse tendril, and the first enemy with my sever, and the first enemy that I hit, I'll always make a corpse on, and then I can always instantly corpse tendril. It does actually sound quite cool for general gameplay looping. When it makes this build a bit more passive, because now I cannot just, like, you know, I don't have a skill to spam. But I think that's not a bad thing, because I'll always have resource to dash around, I guess. Oh, there was a Hellborn. Kill it! He's so dead. Okay, we just cleared like 3 ruptures, but we don't have enough ruptures to open the way. Okay, I can see the appeal of this. So, you know what the main problem with Blight is? Blight pulls enemies onto you. Think about that, right? You're throwing your Blight, and Blight is like, everyone is being pulled into me. So instead of now, like, actually keeping enemies away from me, right? I will pull them right in me. And obviously, that's not so hot. Because you kind of want to have them away from you. And that's where the actual corpse tendrils might come in better. I mean, you might accidentally still pull them onto you. No one says that's not the case, right? Could you stop, like, killing things, please? Could you stop killing things, please? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's a death toll chamber. Hello, Mr. Orbity. Good to see you there. So I'll say that the current version with the Varia together on the Azeroth is just working nice. Create so many signals of Pelgain that we don't need. Hello, Mother's Judgment. Played Torment 12 boss is obviously just getting eaten. That's not a surprise, is it? Okay, third dungeon, ladies and gentlemen. Vile Splendor, Ruptures, Obel Reserve, and Ruptures and Obel Reserve. Technically, I just want to have, like, Ruptures. It's the only thing that matters. Thoughts on Lochran's Talisman with Bone Storm. Roll the bones. Right now, I am sitting at 27.4%. With the Pact of Bone, I'm sitting at 60%. With Roll the Bones, I'm sitting at 90%. If I now swap the Master of Puppets over to Litany of Death, I get another 24, which would put us over 100%. Okay? So technically, you could play Lockrines as a charm. To get that 150% crit damage multiplier. However, we also have Azeroth currently going as our charm, so I couldn't play Lockrines anyways. However, the Ward of Reanimation gives us 130% bonus damage, so it's not worth it to play Lockrines there. Which leaves us with the question, where would Lockrines be worth it if it is not worth it anywhere? And that's where we're then at that we cannot use Lockrines, because if we have no slot for it, then yeah. What ifs, right? Where would I use it? That makes sense. So realistically, Lockrines is not bad. Just practically, how am I going to actually use it? Right? You're rocking this build with the Corpse Explosion gloves, but you're just literally rocking them with the Corpse Explosion gloves for the shits and giggles, and not because it's actually good. Because it's not actually good. What we're going to do right now in this dungeon is we're just going to open the Amethyst Reserve, and we're just going to open the Rupture. So I just can't see where the Corpse Explosion gloves would do anything good for you. Or meaningful, you know? I mean, it would be great if the Corpse Explosion gloves would actually be good, and it would be great if Corpse Explosion was actually good, don't get me wrong. I would be at the forefront of happiness and be the first one to tell you play a Corpse Explosion build. Corpse Explosion builds are back in business, right? We're feasting good, boys! But sadly, that's not the case, and will not be the case for many, many, many centuries to come. Until Blizzard finally decides that, hey, Corpse Explosion. The main Necromancer skill, this is the skill why you actually choose to play Necro, Corpse Explosion. Should be good. Maybe a epic, I mean, if you had a mythic Lockrines Talisman, that also has a critical strike damage multiplier and vulnerable damage and all these kind of things, then sure. I would like literally, like, if you have a perfect roll Lockrines Talisman, okay, we're talking about perfect roll, absolute perfection, then yes, yes, I would say it might be worth it. I'm not saying 100%, I'm not saying definitely, and I think you also want to have a mythic Pact of Bones before using Lockrines. But in the circumstance that you would have all these things, then yes. Time to create corpses is a pain? No, not really. I mean, if you're playing, for example, Army of the Dead instantly makes corpses. And corpse is surprisingly simple. Hardcore Soul Salvo Necro, best suggestion. You start with minions and then you go into Blood Wave. Realistically, if you put maximum life on all the pieces where I don't have maximum life, you should actually be good. Because right now I'm sitting at 39,000 life, but you could easily sit at 50,000 life, right? And if you sit at 50,000 life with the Necro, you're just good. Did you know that the XR can respawn? And then you get double keys, Chad? Sometimes. Happens extremely rarely, but can happen. So now I cleared this, right? And we get keys. Now we're going to teleport out and not finish this dungeon. Then we're going to reset the dungeon by cheesing. So literally only mythic Lockrins could overperform, yes. I mean, obviously Lockrins Talisman is really worth it on Druid because Druid can get 100% crit chance. Now we're going to go into this dungeon and guess what happens, Chan? Guess what happens? Boom. Things are reset. Now we can go back and do the rupture again. Then we can go back and do the rupture again. And then we can go back and do the rupture again. And then we can go back and do the rupture again and do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again. Would you like some wine to that cheese? It's very useful for like spam farming ruptures because otherwise you'll have to like always find like new dungeons with ruptures. These new dungeons might have just annoying layouts because some really do. Is there any way to farm Paragon instead of worms? I mean, you can just play the game. So the most efficient way would be getting Forgotten Wisdom, and then you can also just spam the PID. I mean, no matter what you do for Paragon farming, it's just going to be tedious because Paragon farming is not exciting. Paragon farm is tedious. Looks like a surefire way to get Horadric gems. This is the best way how to get Horadric gems. Because you would just try to get a gem reserve, right? And then you could spam farm open the gem reserve over and over again. With the biggest problem being that if you want to do this, like, let's be fair, the Horadric gems are not that much of a bonus anymore. Like, in all honesty, look me in the eyes. The Horadric gems are great, don't get me wrong. But it's not like, since gem strength was nerfed, they're like what you absolutely need. What you should have as soon as possible. I mean, they're essentially free damage. So yes, free damage is always good. I mean, if you're now pushing, yes, great. But reality, not a single build actually needs Horadric gems, right? But for the people pushing and min-maxing, it is a surefire way. Okay, where is the next circle? The surefire way to get him. Okay, come on. We get invaded again. So far, we've been invaded almost every single Nightmare Dungeon we have done. That's not good, Mr. Uh-oh, this is bad. Oh, God, no. Let me close this. I really wanted to close that rupture. So now we're going to go back in to do the next Death Toll Chamber. So this is like now, currently it's like a 2-minute Death Toll Chamber, 2-minute Death Toll Chamber, right? So you get like Death Toll Chamber speed runs. Means that the next hour you can pretty much just spend like getting Death Toll, getting Death Toll, getting. Poor guy. See, he respawned again, Chan. And one layer boss key. One layer boss key is scam. What Paragon level do you have? I am sitting at 255 Paragon points, which is good. But I could definitely get some more damage with more Paragon points. I mean, yes, they're not that much more damage at this point, but they're still more damage. Especially, again, because it's free damage, right? It's not bound to getting better weapons. It's not bound to getting better equipment. The damage from this is now just simply from existing, right? Exist, you get more. And that's probably what some of the best damage gain when you don't have to go out of your way. I wish they added minion tag to Army of the Dead so volatile skellies can trigger Pact of Bones. I mean, if they would add minion tag to Army of the Dead, Army of the Dead would instantly become the best skill in the whole game, and I would be fine with it. Because Army of the Dead with minion tag would multiply damage like it's insane. Right now we have like 25 bonus ranks from our equipment, and usually you struggle with bonus ranks on your Army of the Dead because like there is no ultimate bonus ranks, right? Or not many sources of ultimate bonus ranks. So yeah, that sucks. Harlequin Crest is actually good for that build. Who doesn't want to have a Harlequin Crest? Giving him another 6 ranks. Okay, I want to open this one, but everyone has reprisal. I am stuck. I cannot get out of this wall. Very frustrating start into the dungeon, chat. Very frustrating start. Usually trying to at least trigger 8 turrs. If you're not able to trigger 8 in one run, that's a dud. 7 minimum. 7 on a bad run, 8 on a good one. Come on, let me do it. Oh god, I got 8 open. Yes, let me get out of here. The next rupture. They start Rupture Dungeon, do the Ruptures, then leave, Dungeon Reset, go back and do it again. Yeah, but that's only works in Nightmare Dungeon Escalation. So the only reason this works here right now is because we're in the 3rd Nightmare Dungeon Escalation, okay? We're in the 3rd dungeon of the Nightmare Dungeon Escalation. And that 3rd dungeon of the Nightmare Dungeon Escalation is resettable. But you have to be in the 3rd, right? You have to not have finished the boss. Then you need to leave the dungeon, but without opening up another dungeon. So you literally need to write to another dungeon. And then you're able to actually get the reset done. Bit weird, but once you get the hang of it, it's kind of like all makes sense. And then you can just spam farm these. I mean, like this, I got 200 billion gold yesterday. So we started yesterday with 300 million, right? And then we farmed 2 billion. I mean, right now we're sitting at 2.2 billion, 90 million. So quite reasonable. I really don't know what killed me. Goodbye. Still not sure how much I'm liking the corpse tendrils over the hold together of the Blide. We're gonna test that in a like in a pit run for that fields. Gotta test that in a pit run, how it feels. Oh, right now we're getting XR on almost every single one. Damn. So first things first, chat. We now get 6 keys, so we're gonna kill like 6 thingies. You do Nightmare Dungeon escalations quite often. They're worth it. I mean, you don't have to do this resetting, by the way. The resetting just allows you to redo the last one over and over again, which is actually quite good, because if you had a gold reserve, right, you could then repeat the gold reserve over and over again, and that's just amazing. Do you think any significant change to the Necro build meta? A corpse explosion comeback for... No. I don't see any significant change to the Necro meta unless they finally get their head out of their ass. I mean, I'm not gonna say the Necro creator, whoever the dude is that is leading the Necro front, like whoever that, like I don't know which person works at Blizzard for that right now. Doesn't seem to be very creative, to be honest. And I don't want to be that person. Look at this, like, see, against her, for example, now the Azure Wrath is completely useless. So in this fight, I could now go for Waking Touch, for example, or I could just go, like, here, put my Respite and Dirk in, right? The Respite and Dirk is more damage against isolated enemies, so I instantly do, like, another 100% bonus damage, right? And just do the fight faster. So we haven't gotten a single... No, we have gotten one mythic so far. That's a ring. Oh, please be a Pact of Bones, chat. Please be a Pact of Bones. I've been baited by rings so many times now. Please, Jesus. It is another ring of sacrilegious souls. Here, do Druid. We will do a basic skill Druid. There's actually a really cool basic skill Druid, and I have the mythic that I need for it. So yes, we will do a Druid build for sure. I wonder if for the... Barbarian build, only damage over time stuff. Oh, we're playing this until September 15th. Why would you? Why should you play this until September 15th? So did they change it when I use the cube? Whatever armor type you have, mythic it turns into. No, it's still random. Season 15, it will be deterministic. Okay, so for some reason they decided that this mechanic of turning items into mythic is actually going to stay, Chan. It's going to stay in season 15. So that they want that to be a thing forever. T-Bolt's Will? I mean, either you're going to kill as many bosses as you need until T-Bolt's Will finally drops, or you're going to keep upgrading things in the Horadric cube. Pretty much it. Another chest armor. That's a Tyrald's Might. Just useless. I was thinking of playing ties together with the minions, by the way. Tyrald's Might is like cool for that technically. The problem is the minions are actually not shooting the effect out anymore. So the minions used to shoot out the effect of Ty's Might. And that was cool, but they're not doing that anymore.
That's it for that piece.
Okay, we're gonna take a ring. And what could possibly go wrong?
Back to it.
Do any build use ties? No. No. You could timely upgrade gloves and just pray for either the warrior or the mage gloves. No matter which one it is, both are going to be good. Oh no, chat, we're dying. What should we possibly do? do actually need to use my golem or they won't have the attack speed bonus. Okay. The drops out of her are insane. Like, just the amount of drops that you're getting. Just had a Shot of the Falls death drop. Terrible, ain't it? Terrible. Okay, let's do gloves. Wow, we get a Howl from Below. Ah, we get a Howl from Below. Oh, we can do one more. One more glove shot. Death Grip. Sadly, it's cold damage multiplier. So, technically, your next number of warriors is 1. Warriors cleave with their attacks and deal increased damage. Commanding them into a target increases the damage that target takes from your warriors by 65. So, better than my mages, realistically, if I now wanted to play the 12 warriors. But the problem is that this one has a crit damage multiplier, mage ranks, vulnerable damage, and, like, the intelligence, right? While this one might have 130 in total, so that's only 40% more, but he's cold damage multiplier, and that's frankly spoken useless. So now I have a death grip, but it's a bad death grip, so I can't even use the death grip. What are we gonna do with that knowledge now, chat? Apart from, like, I don't know, start screaming in a pillow, maximum volume. Because it's like so maximum obsedi spaghetti. And next season, things are supposed to be deterministic to upgrade. So then you can upgrade until you finally have a good one. Can you update the mobile Necro page when you put in any improvement at all, please? I mean, yes, Absol, when we are done with making this build better, then we will definitely put that in the Mobalytics page. Absolutely. Okay, let's see how the actual corpse tendrils are going to feel. Oh, no, we don't have the Azeroth. Wait, let's go out. This takes remain. Hell from Below is so bad for such a long time. Well, the question is, why does Hell from Below even exist? That's the biggest question. Why does it even exist? And that's like to many items in the game. Like if there was even a remote reason why they would exist, is there was like some obscure build that you could use them for, but there isn't even an obscure build to use them for. Right? That's the biggest issue. There is no secret obscure build. They just absolutely have no reason why they exist. Okay, the instant pull together from the tendril to like that. That's working. Especially since it's pulling away from me and immobilizing enemies, so that's cool. Pull everything together. Might almost temper back corpse tendril size. I missed that one. You know, Corpse Tendril Size was the coolest temper. Just put it down and pull together the whole room. Like, no fucks given, right? It's like a big... Oh, everyone, just meet in the middle, please. Thank you, far too canise. Please, everyone come together. Right? It's just like everyone hug now. Someone is with damage over time, boinking this away from me again. I kind of want to pick up this Heart of Stone that's somewhere below here. I know it's there because I can see it on my map, right? But I like to pick it up. But I know it's here. But the enemies are resisting police brutality. I think I got it. Got it finally. Nope, still don't have it. Almost. I have it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Finally. What Diablo is your favorite? Honestly, I've never cared for Diablo beyond Diablo 4 much. So Diablo 4 is my first Diablo where I was like, hey, let's do seasons. Hey, let's actually try to min-max things. Hey, let's actually try to have fun beyond the campaign. So for me, this is my personal Diablo pinnacle fun. It's not that the other Diablos are terrible. I just never saw much appeal for me to spend overly much time with them, right? It was like beat the campaign, and when you're done, you're done. All right, and Diablo 4 was the first one where I was like, you know what? Might actually want to play, like, put more time into that. And I did try to play a D3 season, right? And it wasn't bad, but I was also not jiving super hard with it. Like, yeah, sure, cool, kind of cool. But wasn't like the yellow from the act. Think about doing a Sork build. We will definitely do a Sork build this week. I'm still tinkering with a few off-meta ideas. If we could somehow make Blizzard beautiful, if we could make Fireball function again, if there's a chance for a Meteor return. What is if we actually do, did I say Blizzard yet? Frozen Orb. But I don't think that any of these options are in any way great. Most of these will just be maximum Torment 10 and that's it. And that like feels bad. Like, you know, when you know that you're making a build and it cannot go over Torment 10. Now, I know that a lot of people are happy with Torment 10 and that's great. That's more power to you, right? But it just feels terrible to make a build where you just know, like, it's just not going to be able to do the hardest content in the game. Of all the games that you play, what's your favorite? I don't have, like, a specific favorite. I mean, each has their place in time and space. But for example, we recently played Windrose Pirate Survival. I love that game to death. Super good, but I don't want to play it every day because honestly, that one, it's just like, you know, doesn't have the content for it. We did play Neo 3, super good. We played like Code Vein. Even Code Vein was good, despite that one receiving like much flag, actually. So yeah, you know, it comes down to how I feel. I mean, if I would have to pick an absolute favorite, like if you put a gun to my face and you threaten my whole family and you want to strangle my baby duck, why ever you would do that, you psychopath, it would probably be Lies of P. Right? That's like if I would have to make a choice, really, Lies of P is one of my favorite games of all time. I just love the story, the setting, the pacing, the weapons, the enemies, everything. Can actually not wait to see what they'll do with another game, because they just brought out the Lies of P DLC, which is great, right? But they're obviously working on Lies of P2. They're obviously working on whatever their next installment is going to be, right? And I am so excited for that, to see what we're going to get there from the company. Then again, there's also No Rest for the Wicked. I'm not sure if you ever played that game. Absolutely beautiful. It's like a Souls-like ARPG. But I'm loath to actually call it that, because it feels like so much more than just a Souls-like ARPG. Doesn't really do the game the credit it deserves. So that one also just right away, you're brilliant. Not sure we're actually killing anything. But now we get like all these tiers, and we get the boss in the middle. So again, the boss in the middle is not going to get frozen, right? I mean, he gets frozen, but it doesn't count. Gonna have to pull like all these dudes around him. Make like everyone converge on him. You're gonna find the planner for this build on your page. Well, that's because the planner doesn't exist for this build, brother. The planner for this build just does not exist. Does not exist. Because we need to decide if we want to play Bloodless Scream, if we want to play Azeroth, if we want to play Rasputin Dirk, which sets, and that kind of stuff. Is it true that you can do a unique power reroll on a mythic unique? I mean, mythic uniques have the unique power always maxed out, so why would you want to do a unique power reroll on it? Pardon me. On a normal unique, you can do a unique power reroll. Yeah, that's true. I'm surprisingly tanky here, so we definitely made it. Crimson Desert. Oh, Crimson Desert. Very beautiful. Really love that one. Wish I could wipe my memory and start it again. We're able to get 21 minions. Well, so we're playing the Mage's passive +1, the Warrior passive +3. Then we have our Undercrown +4 to each, and that's voila, 21 minions. Ebola, 21 minions. Now, technically, I could also use my warriors to give us bonus crit chance, but that bonus crit chance is not required because realistically, we're sitting at 55 crit chance +33, so we're at a 90% crit chance anyways. Ergo, that doesn't really make any sense, right? I mean, the best part is that we don't need attack speed anymore, because the golem gets the golem takes care of that. No, some lucky upgrades there for me. Which is obviously a very cool thing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. We have how many keys? We had 21 bigger boss keys. Now, I know the Pact of Bone drops from Harbinger of Hatred. So we could technically go kill Harbinger of Hatred until he drops back of Bone. We need the Hand of Nas from Varshan. You know what we're going to do? We're going to kill some Varshans, chat. And in order to kill these Varshans, we're also going to change something. We're going to go for our activity tree, and we're going to put the point here into Golden Horde. What does Golden Horde do? Golden Horde turns most of the items that a boss would drop into gold, which means that you can just farm more without having to teleport back. It's quite useful, and it actually makes you rich. Now, if you kill the Varshan now over and over and over again, we might get a mythic. But I'm not entirely sure how likely that actually is, right? Uneka can do Torment 12 Mephisto. We already did him today, Star, and we just, like, died at the end. But damage-wise, yes, we can do it. If I had the Hand of Nath in Mythic, and if I had the Underkernel Mythic, or even the Pact of Bones in Mythic, then we would do even more damage. So right now, we can do it with the caveat of it being slower. But, like, if I would, for example, want to kill Torment 12 Mephisto, I would actually use my Army of the Dead build. Because my Army of the Dead build can do him without a single struggle. But this one can also do it. Just that my Army of the Dead build can do it even more easy. Right? Not sure you've ever seen the Army of the Dead build. It's really cool. And if you get the mythic for that one, it's even more dangerous. So we're obviously now trying to get a very good Hand of Nath, maybe with a greater affix as well, you know. Obviously, you play this build. I could not get to Torment 11 in the buff with my minion Necro build. Ah, sir. Oh, we gotta fix that. We gotta fix that. I mean, right now we've been employing quite some intriguing text. So, what did we change today? So, two things we did change today. We are playing Azeroth as a charm, which actually does work really nicely. We are playing the Bloodless Scream. That also works really good. If you don't have it, you literally do 125% less damage, right? Which is actually crazy if you think about it. We are... playing Corpse Tendrils instead of the Blade, which you used before. The main reason for that is that the Corpse Tendrils simply allow us to keep enemies away from our Tushy. We don't want that. I mean, technically, the... Blind would be bonus DPS. But since we don't really multiply our damage up, it doesn't seem worth it. Okay, we get ourselves one single Hand of Nath with 3 ranks to Skeleton Mages. And that's not even good. Like, you would think that is good, but it's not. Have you seen or heard of anyone building a rogue poison trap with freeze build? I mean, I think most people don't bother with making creative rogue builds because if you want to play rogue, you usually just use the bugged version and then you just kill everything. Now, I'm not saying do that. I'm just saying what most people probably do. I wonder how good, instead of Hand of Nath, would be playing a Fist of Fade. Because there's 1 to 300%, which is a 50% average bonus damage boost, right? And the Azeroth, I mean, we would still see crazy outliers, potentially. I bet what's around warriors. I have both Exilinas, so I am not sacrificing mages or warriors. I boost the damage of both to the moon because I just like the idea of doing that. Like, I don't see... So, for example, I could now sacrifice my warriors here to give my mages 15% more damage. But that's 15% more damage, and I would lose 5 warriors. I cannot, in my head, wrap around how that could be even remotely more damage. By losing 5 potential DPS machines, right? Well, that's where I'm just like very opposed to the idea of doing that. Especially if you're looking at these, they're actually doing the same DPS, right? Obviously, my mages are super mages and they do more. Yeah. Excellent. Good to see you there. Thank you for your subscription and support. Excellent. Just make sure that you're like, I play the warrior glyph, for example, and I play the mage glyph because both are summon damage and that works. Right? Okay, we haven't gotten a... I've got a single mythic yet. Super upsetting. Barrier generation. Barrier... You saw that, chat? Barrier generation. Holy Christ.
Oh, it is a fortress, isn't it?
What do you like better, Sanctification or Transfiguration? I didn't play during the Sanctification patch much. So the patch where they introduced Sanctification, I literally was playing Path of Exile 2. That's how much I thought about Sanctification. Not like I thought it was stupid. Like Sanctification was honestly stupid. Sorry. I just didn't I didn't like it. Transfiguration is okay. Like I'm still not a fan, but it's okay. Right? It's like this last item gambling, I just really don't see it ever being something I enjoy. I don't enjoy it in Path of Exile. I won't enjoy it in Diablo. It's just not my cup of tea, right? This like final gamble on an item that will break your item or stop you from influencing it in any way. It's just not interesting to me in the slightest. Finally, we get Belial. That's good. Video today, we're finishing this build and we're starting with a Barbarian. So I'm still hoping that we actually could get one Mythic, but it just does seem like I'm not going to see a Mythic for this, right? The good thing is we're going to get a lot of Resplendent Sparks, which will allow me to roll for some iconic Mythics. So that's going to be nice to get the Grandfather. Or more Grandfathers. Sir MG, the APOC build. Honestly, the APOC build is so good. It's so smooth, and I'm so happy about it. So I'm definitely with you there. That one is chef's kiss. I mean, if I could just play APOC, like, you know.
Oh, it is a fortress, isn't it?
It's in a really healthy state. Right now, we're just literally throwing shit at the wall and seeing what stakes. Because realistically, either I'm going to get my Mythic, right? Or we're going to get invaded. So I might get what I'm looking for. Not going to Val anything anymore. You break your perfect gloves. Yeah, I mean, if you have a perfect pair of gloves, instead of, like, transfiguring it, you should use your Kulian Tuning Prism. The problem is if you use the Kulian Tuning Prism, you could still get a less than stellar outcome, and that will then just also feel terrible. So yay. So either it's going to feel terrible, or it's going to feel terrible, or it's going to feel terrible. So it might also just feel terrible, right? But the likelihood that it will feel good is relatively slim. Also, going to arrive at 8. This is bad. Any news on the Tuesday patch? No, there is no details. Let me check the Discord if I have some secret knowledge. Nope. There is no add-on the patch. There's no details. There's no secret notes that the creator have gotten. I am sorry. I get, like, literally nothing for you. If I had, I'd tell you. Don't worry. Come on, Varsh. The problem is if I now see like a mythic glove, I'm going to be like, oh my god, mythic glove, mythic glove. And then you know what it's going to be? It's going to be like the Hangman's Hand and mythic. Cold damage multiplier and maximum life. Now you would think that's actually great, right? But it's not because mine has crit damage multiplier. Did we have the crit damage multiplier in Greater Affix before? No, we were just lucky and get that one. Falling down for MG, did you accidentally unfollow in between? There are worlds where that has happened to people. Also, Twitch sometimes does unfollow people. You know, like it just unfollows your account. It has happened as well. Everything shitty, I know. With Mythics, this build would be insane. With Mythics, I could instantly jump like round about 10 Tormenteers. Easily. Like just instantly 10 Tormenteers up. Zip.
This should be interesting.
Okay, chat. We didn't get a single item we wanted. Okay, come on. One more try. Can the volatile skeletons from hell from below activate the curses on the bottom and breaches? No, I don't think they count as actual minions. I'm sorry. And I'm 99.999% sure about that. Right? Mom, don't hurt me. Is the Nightmare Dungeon escalation farming strat getting fixed? I don't think so, because it's a no one gets hurt kind of farming strat, so Blizzard doesn't have it on their radar. What do I mean with no one gets hurt? Well, realistically, the farming strat does not ruin the experience of anyone else, like when you're doing it, right? It's not slowing down the servers. It's like, you know, it's literally like a crime without victims. And those bugs usually don't get fixed quick. As, again, no one gets hurt from that. Oh god, no, please. Please. His balls of doom are sometimes so annoying. Let that be the final kill. Let that be the final kill. Robbery. But at least we get money. So we made like 250 million from this. Okay, do we have a 3 minutes and 50 seconds? You know, I could quickly kill a Queen of the Helltide, and then we can do him. It didn't work for you, Skywalker. Did you do the third Nightmare Dungeon escalation? So again, you're in the third Nightmare Dungeon escalation. You clear out the third dungeon without killing the boss. Then you teleport to any town, walk into a dungeon, really important. And as you then teleport back into your Nightmare Dungeon escalation, it is reset. At least the third dungeon is reset. And And then you can do it again, again, and again, and again. I have actually been using it for Rupture Farm, right? Even though I would probably use my... Like, if I wanted to do the fastest Rupture Farm possible, I'd probably use a rogue, right? Oh, we're outside of a dungeon again. I gotta swap. Oh, no, we have an Asherah. They just, like, fight the whole time against the boss with an Asherah. That was a mistake. Okay, dead. Back to Zarbinzed. Still need to, like, finish all these PIDs because we want to get the XP. Since more XP is more Glints of Hope. I mean, these are 4 superior keys tomorrow. No, only on the 3rd. Playing Soul 7 in Diablo is far less punishing than PoE 2. That's because Diablo has a bunch of target farms. I mean, when it comes down to equipping your character, Diablo definitely has the superior gameplay loop. Just when it comes down to equipping your character, right? I'm not talking about the actual endgame loop. Just that. Plus, you can pick a difficulty. I mean, the Torment difficulties are interesting for people that want to choose how hard they want it. Idle Mild. In Path of Exile, you obviously don't have that option. In the end game, you can obviously choose your difficulty by the tier of map you're doing. Come on now, Realm Walker. So, should we, like, after we kill this Realm Walker chat, we're going to do 2 more Reapers, or however many Reapers we have. Then we're going to try to kick Mephisto's booty hole. And afterwards, swap over to Barbarian. Does that sound good for you? Because we wanted to do that Bleed Barb. I have most of the... I mean, it's going to be interesting to put this together. I have some of the equipment pieces, not all. And we'll have to see how we get that done. Okay, we got it. Let's go. Well, let's hope we're actually getting 3 keys from this. Because then we can, like, we can get our gear, plus we can slam Pandemonium fragments. Right? Is the build? I mean, San, we will have the planner ready by tomorrow. Not before. I'm sorry. Oh, did someone just put down a exposed brood? Why would you do that in this situation here? I mean, don't get me wrong, tons of Forgotten Souls easily. Ja, bitte, mein Schatz. Und wo ist die Mama? Kannst du kurz 2 Minuten warten? Cool. Guckt die Mama denn mit euch schreckt hier? Cool. Dann mache ich euch das sofort. Ich muss noch die Bösen besiegen. Ich habe ganz viele Skelette, siehst du? Das sind meine Typen. Und da ist mein riesengroßer Roboter. Nein, das sind meine. Siehst du, die haben alle diese kleinen Balken über sich. Und das sind meine Freunde. Cool, oder? Und das ist mein Roboter. Ja. Und der kann, guck mal, der kann springen. Nein, das sind alles meine. Das sind alles meine. Alles meine. Und der Roboter kann springen. Ich komm mal kurz nach oben. Are there patch notes for tomorrow? No, because they teasered what the patch is going to do. Ergo, they're not putting out patch notes. I mean, maybe there isn't even a patch. Who knows, right? Imagine there isn't a patch. Oh my god. That would be upsetty spaghetti, right? I mean, they're set next week. But next week is like a optional time frame, I guess. Best way how to say that.
Step up to my anvil.
Still holding for Glints of Hope. I have like 20 or 30 Glints of Hope spread around my characters, Floyd. Why wouldn't we? Okay, after we killed now the Reaper and looted 2 more chest guys, we're gonna do another Mephisto, and then we're gonna do the Barbarian. Helm. Biggest problem being it's not even a good Crown of Lucian. You know? If it was at least a good Crown of Lucian, I would be happy. But it's not even a good Crown of Lucian. Right? So what are we gonna Pandemonium Fragment, Chad? I trust in the gloves. Woo! Oh, with shadow damage multiplier, Chad. Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad.
Mainlander?
We can take this one now. We can re-roll the maximum life into critical strike damage multiplier.
Step up to my
Then we can masterwork it until we hit the critical strike damage. Then we can masterwork it tempered until we hit the 75%. And then, which is create shadow damage, and then we can transfigure it and see what we're actually getting. Masterwork tempered. Masterwork tempered. Transfigure. Yeah, we get critical strike damage as a greater affix. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. Essentially the same gloves, just with a greater affix now. Look at that. So we got instantly 30% more damage. 31% more damage. That was killer. See, all of this effort, finally worth it. It paid off. We actually got a better glove. Now let's see, can we clear the 121 with that? Because we were already doing good, right? We could almost clear a 121. Just not really, right? It was clutch. So we can now see, can we, with this bonus, clear the 121? We need the Azeroth. $120. Oh, I don't know which mages I have with me. And that's a lot of elite on one corner here. For some reason, they don't want to like be pulled together closer, right? This is like as close as they're willing to be pulled together. We're like close to that 120 clearing before, right? Get it all together. I have 782 Fury. Is that enough for Whirlwind? Just a question, how are you doing? I haven't played Whirlwind yet this season. I've actually not played Whirlwind in forever, my friend. So I can genuinely not tell you if or if not that is enough. I don't even know what to look out for stat-wise in Whirlwind, right? But for me, like, I'm planning to do a Bleed Whirlwind, and I genuinely have no clue what I am supposed to be looking at. You know? It'll be my first time in many checking out Whirlwind again. I've never enjoyed the skill, but since there's now Bleed Whirlwind possible, I am willing to revisit things. Like, killing that dude is not worth it from a time perspective. 782 is overkill. See, like, there you get your answer. This is a lot stronger than the army build for sure. I mean, for pushing, yes. I would still say that the army build is more comfortable for killing bosses. The army build is more comfortable for just existing in Torment 12, right? Because the army build is just fun. You click button, you see boom. And there's also a lot of mythics that will make the army build even stronger, especially if you then get the Harlequin Crest. So if I actually would revisit the army build now, and we would slam the Harlequin Crest on, the damage that would actually do was crazy. So we definitely will have to revisit the army build and just see like how much stronger it now feels that we can actually put the Harlequin Crest on, right? So that's what I'm really excited for. Because realistically, the damage bonus that you're still getting from the Blade of Zur is just absurd. Absurd is really the only way how you can say that. The last one needs to die. Hey minions, could you just come like around the corner and focus on this guy here? So if we're now considering our timer, chat, we are definitely faster than we have been before. Not by much, but like that Hand of Nas did boost us. But as always, it comes also down to like enemy types and that kind of thing, right? How efficient that is going to be. First time we've died. We need to try this. Like, I think I have the barrier dudes right now. So we need to try the whole thing again without the barrier dudes. So, like, what are the barrier dudes? They're skeletons that give me barrier. But technically, I don't require skeletons to give me barrier. Well, technically, right? I just keep away from enemies and hope that I don't die. Risky, I know, but possible. Oh, come on now. That should have never killed me. See, despite having, like, the thing, it just still kills me. Okay, let's go out and swap over to the dudes. So less defense. Mr. Tov, good to see you there. Thank you for the Prime subscription. See, like, we got the... No, we actually are playing with the Corruption Reapers already. So this is the maximum Corruption Reaper deeps. Now we know better. So we could actually be tankier, but again, not worth it. Still not sure if we're going to keep with the Corpse Tender of Orion. I think I like it. Just a matter of keeping enemies away from you, right? I want to stand like here, save distance from the opponent. But if I consistently throw in the blights, that staying away from the opponents is just not happening, right? Kill them all, pull them together, explode them with frost down for trillions of damage. Probably like one of the worst dungeon designs for us. We want like kind of corridors where everything stands next to each other, but we don't want to have like these convoluted corridors where people are standing in different apartments, kind of rooms and whatsoever, because then my dudes always split up and attack like everyone everywhere instead of focusing on that one group of minions right in front of them, right? Briscoe, I know you're playing D4 right now, but I want to say thank you for the additional breeding tips. Ah, sir. There's always room for that. If I wasn't playing Diablo right now, I would be definitely breeding my perfect team. Because just on our last gaming session, we get such an insane upgrade to our pals. Make our fire team even more. Oh no, that dude has reprisal. Run as far as you can. So like these dudes would usually be cool that they now invaded us, right? But since one of them has reprisal, we cannot fight them. It's literally like, yay, elite invasion, but not good enough because we can't do shit with that. Kind of feel like that's a dud. Briscoe, thank you for the 5 gifted on top of Toff's subscription. Briscoe, that's very kind of you. Okay, so despite getting the hangmans, ladies and gentlemen, we're not able to clear the pit 120 with sovereign ease. And I think if we get a good run, we could probably hit the 120, right? It's like literally one good run with the right enemies, with the right dungeon design. You get that? The higher the pit, the harder the content. Well, not really the harder the content, just the more life the enemies have, right? So it's not actually more difficult. It's just tankier. I think that's important. Right? It's not actually harder. The only thing that's harder is staying awake through the damage soaky enemies that you're facing. But like, see, in this one with these kind of like elites, I now really would not want these elites to actually be on me because they have like so annoying effects. So it's definitely better to have this pull together, where I just pull together them away from me and just have my minions do their job away from me. Wow, that's a lot of elites together. But the thing is, the more, the merrier for this build, right? So the more people are pulled together, the better it technically is, because it creates these pockets of enemies that are all together going to explode together. Once, you know, you get that. Warlock is the worst still. No, sir. Absolutely not. You might have missed the Warlock update that we did yesterday. Warlock is an absolute demon right now, especially with the bonus of attack speed that we've gotten onto the build. Warlock is far from being the worst. Warlock is amazing. Oh, I missed the build from yesterday. I wonder if one of them, this is Berserk, Frenzied, Enchanted, Executioner. One of them I think has Reprisal. Oh goodness, I didn't even see that blade. See, like, we can probably do it, but we would really have to get the perfect one. I need a fun build to get faster Torment 12. Which class? Or do you not care for the class? If you don't care for the class, play Spiritborn with Poison. Spiritborn with Poison is an absolute demon. Let's do our first Mephisto try. Isn't that only the Apocalypse build? No, our Blazing Stream build also super swift and amazing. Then you also have the Profane Sentinel build. I mean, let's be fair, the Warlock is in a very healthy state. The amount of builds that it has right now. Oh god, I was about to dodge that. So like I never understand people not being happy with the Warlock state. Warlock state is insane. We're currently fighting this here with like the minimal amount of area, by the way, but just because I wanted to see how the damage is progressing, and it's progressing very nicely. Right? Like the problem is that you can't, like, your damage over time can't blast through barriers. It's a bit weird. So you pretty much have to always wait for him to be completely broken to actually be allowed to do damage to him again. But then you do quite some significant damage, so that's kind of cool. Ow. Yeah, we need the barrier for this one. So as much as I wanted to like go for the full damage version against him, but you're pretty much forced to go for this here to be able to actually contend with him. Pit leaderboards? I mean, these are not pit leaderboards. These are tower leaderboards, sir, that you have in game. And nothing to do with the pit. And the tower leaderboards are not really an adequate display of what is currently good or not good. Because everything that can beat Tower 120 is a powerful build. You know? Everything that can beat Tower 120 can also kill Torment 12 Mephisto. Unless your build is really bad at boss kill, obviously. Which can definitely happen. Oh, goodness, I just walked into that. I'm an idiot. I mean, Joshua, you're just blatantly ignoring every single bug. Also, Warlock is over Necro. I mean, you're trying to use the pit leaderboard as any, like, concession of builds actually being good, powerful, fun, easy to play. That doesn't really make sense. By the way, we somehow have, like, our equipment broken here. That makes it, like, even more interesting now. That's not really how it works. Again, everything that can beat Pit 120 is amazing. After that, things just become silly, right? Because in order to get Pit 140, like, the amount of dumbassery you have to do. The reason why, for example, Barbarian is so strong is not because Barbarian is actually strong. It's because Barbarian is using, like, what, 6 or 7 uniques, and each of these uniques can be mythic. So obviously Barb is going to be good if you can use 7 uniques as mythics. So you have 7 items who are 30% stronger than they usually are. Surprise. And then you have Paladin, who's using 2 uniques. I mean, you know what the top Necro build is doing? The number 1 Necro player right now, he doesn't even have a mythic. Yeah. Because there are just no good mythic options for him. Right? So, like, compare that now to the Barb, who has 7 good mythic options that are each fantastic. I mean, the Warlock has a pair of gloves that gives him 400% bonus damage. And in Mythic, that is 520% bonus damage. Now, how good do you think that is? Surprisingly very freaking good, right? When you suddenly get that chunk of bonus damage on the tippity top. I mean, my Hand of Nas gave me 31 or 37% bonus damage, right? That's like, yay. Okay, well, it's 37% bonus damage times 11 minions, so that's like a different way to look at it, right? But realistically, compared to the Hands of the Worldbreaker, where obviously the Hand of the Worldbreaker get like so much more. Oh god, the poison. That's all things to... Oh godness, there's so many. That's all things to consider. PO2 is better anyway, so who cares about Blizzard games? Wah! Stop having fun! Wah! What? Sorry, I couldn't hear you, sir. Your tears were too loud. Okay, so that brings us to Barbarian now. Bleed Barb, what you gonna do? So I have like absolutely no clue about Bleed Barb, what to do with Bleed Barb, how Barbarian even works. We'll have to like work on a very old Bleed Barb that I used before, and work our way from that. Probably. That's like a very good piece of itinerary. What a fire damage? No, I need a two-handed weapon with a crit damage multiplier, and we have that.
Mainlander, what brings you?
We have a guide on Spiritborn from last season, so that one doesn't really help you, right? Gift of the Tree. Okay, so first things first, skill tree. So we're gonna have to go for Whirlwind, right? And Whirlwind has an option for movement speed, more increased damage, for more fury, and channeling Whirlwind, increased damage. Yeah. Then we got Whirlwind to release Dust Devils. And now you would think we go for the, like, bleed version, right? But you're actually going to make Dust Devils, and you're going to make your Dust Devils bleed. I think that's, like, the basic plan that you kind of have, right? Then we get the Rallying Cry. And the Rallying Cry can go for Fortify, and the Rallying Cry can go for together with Resource Generation. Yeah, that makes sense. Then we probably need to play Iron Skin, because Iron Skin is the thing that makes you unstoppable. It gives you resolves, and it makes you unstoppable. Then we get Challenging Shout with the Weaken, the Taunt, and damage reduction. No. Burning. Because if we're doing damage over time, we might as well do more damage over time, right? Yeah. I just get in. What would you say is the season most OP Necromancer build? I mean, if you're just looking for the best pit pushing build, it's definitely Blood Wave. Also, Blood Wave really only it doesn't require Mythic to be good. So all the Summoner builds will in the long run require Mythics to get you further. Whereas Blood Wave, you can actually get quite the OP build together by just getting quite the OP build together. That's a big advantage, to be honest. Okay, then we're gonna have Wrath of the Berserker grants Overpower, Wrath of the Berserker grants Fury Generation, and Wrath of the Berserker does also damage over time. Can you tell me what is the best way to farm the +1 seals? You're going to take the normal legendary seals and smash them together. 3-1 transmute, 3-1 transmute, 3-1 transmute, 3-1 transmute. Okay. Powell, the Iron Shrapnel Whirlwind build is an excellent farmer. Yeah, I have absolutely no clue what we're going to do. So, like, you know, this is all just throwing shit at the fan and seeing what sticks, pretty much. But we get this. You know, I'm very... I mean, we need the Rage of Howargath. We need the Yorids. We need, like, a pair of boots, probably with Fury Generation. So the best thing I could go for now is movement speed. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do... This is why I love, like... Oh, actually, I need to be Torment 1 to do this. Shit. I need to be Torment 1 to do this. Yeah, I can't get Fury Generation right now, actually. I forget. I need to be Torment 1 first. And that's Fury Generation and movement speed on these boots, so we're gonna have to add affix. We forgot to give them all our thingies. We forgot to give them all our thingies. Give me a second. So, Powell, I heard about Iron Shrapnel. Iron Shrapnel shoots out whenever you... Was it Whirlwind? Also bonus shrapnels that could also bleed, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm spouting bullshit. There's always a chance I'm spouting bullshit. Do-do. Sunny, running Whirlwind's Barb. Yeah, so we want Whirlwind, but we want Bleed. For this, we require the aspect called Berserk Ripping. Berserk Ripping says, while Berserking, your direct damage inflicts bleeding damage. That direct damage is your Whirlwind, but it's also the Dust Devils that you're throwing out. So all of that does count as direct damage, right? Very useful. Now, I don't probably have the aspect of Berserk Ripping. Let's see, Berserk. Oh, I have it here. So we already have the aspect. That means we can actually start playing this right away. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, we wanted to grab all the resources. But since we're not in the Torment tiers yet, we first have to get into the Torment tiers. But I literally need like a basic set of equipment for that. So let's actually try to get this, I guess. While summoning cash, cool. And you get to like buy the defensive aspect cash and then just get yourself bonus pants or something. I mean, like we need, no, actually we need Tybalt's Will. Do I have a Tib? Usually capped a lot of Tybalt's Wills because, you know, what if I need one? Oh, that's not true. I destroyed all my Tybalt's Wills. That's sad. That's gonna be sad because T-Bolt's like has the advantage of giving you like a huge chunk of resource generation. That's why you're using it. But I guess we can upgrade a lot of pens and then be good about it, right? Who cares? Are you expecting a buff next year in the next update? I mean, the next buffs are going to be season 14. There's not going to be any buff before season 14. Okay. You're going to be aware of that. There's not something coming. Grandfather. We got one Grandfather. Is not crazy. It does like physical damage. But at least I can reroll the resource, right? True critical strike damage multiplier. I mean, this is not a good Grandfather. I guess I'd rather want to have one that also has strength, right? And what we could do is we could just forge like 4. I got a Shattered Vow. That's good. We're going to actually keep that. Let's do... When we get so many. Let's do another 5. Oh, that's an Eldrin. That's nice. Critical strike damage multiplier Eldrin. Damn, that's actually nice. Damn. Can actually fuck around with that at some point.
Step up to my anvil.
Another 5.
That is a scary
Nah.
craftsmanship.
Not meant to be, Chad.
Pity to break
We're gonna take this Grandfather here. And there was like 700 million gold just lost, right? For nothing. Yeah, I hate it. I mean, who wants to see 700 million gold just go down the drain like that? But what am I supposed to do? No need weapon damage on the ground pop up. Yeah, but am I gonna use that's the thing. I don't need the weapon damage on the Grandfather exactly, but like, what about the weapon damage reroll? Because I'm not gonna keep the resource. I mean, sir, like I'm not gonna keep the lucky hit chance for resource ever. It's just not going to happen. I can carry you to tier 12 unlock. No worries. We'll just like get this thingy equipped. I mean, the good thing is that we have all these like, where's Rage of Harrogath coming from? Rage is coming from Duriel. So Duriel is Agony. There's Rage. It's only 850 item power, but I guess I'll take it. Then we need the Tusk Helm. Tusk is from Bartuk. Oh, shit. What resource is Bartuk again? Chaotic Essence. Tusk Helm. We're going to keep one Ariad's bearing. Now, I mean, we're going to roll a grandfather, Balkius. Don't worry. We have all these, you know, we have all these in the long run to get a grandfather at some point. Might also never get it. We'll have to see about that. But I'm not too fussed about it. And we need Gorse Devastating. Where's Gorse from? Gorse is from... Also, from Gregoire. Give me one more Paingarder's Gauntlets. We're going to throw hands. Right? So, see, like, we have the character almost equipped. I mean, we're missing T-Bald's Will, which means we're going to have to take a normal Pants. Any kind of Pants would do for now. Worst case scenario, just put on Ariad's Bearing. Great, your 7 Smelted Heart of Selig seems reasonable, sir.
Not too bad.
Sometimes you just want to create 7 Melted Heart of Seligs because you are on a roll. Anna, good to see you there. Greetings to you and your community. Ladies and gentlemen, some shout out to Anna Cakes, who hopefully had a killer stream and enjoyed her time. Yeah, I mean, this looks reasonable so far. I do need a 2-handed bludgeoning weapon, so... Hammer. I'm still alive on Warlock. Did you try out the new... What's it called again? Apocalypse. Anna? One is... Aggressive Tuning Prison. Aggressive Tuning Prison. Do you want damage over time? I don't think you want damage over time, right? You want the highest critical strike damage possible. And then you're going to... do things different. Is Family Barb still strong? Family Barb is still strong. Don't worry about that. However, we want to do a Bleeding Barb. So the main reason I don't want to do a Family Barb is because I've done a Family Barb already. Just like Anna is saying, she did last season, like the Warlock. So why would you do it another time, right? It makes sense. Like you just want to like feel different. You want to do something different. So that's why we're like doing here the Berserk ripping right now, correct? Oh, I need Ramaladin's Magnum Opus. From where's Ramaladin Ding Dong? Ramaladin's is from Zabucha. Well, that shouldn't be a problem because the Butcha is a born hands. When I said it's not going to be a problem, I lied to you. Because it's going to be a problem. Okay, so look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We're quite a reasonable start into the frame. I assume you're going to start hitting people with the weapon. Could you not just use your grandfather for hitting things? I mean, realistically, like, world's your oyster, right? I can hit him with the grandfather, or I can hit him with my dual blades. No, you need to hit him with the dual wield, right? So Ramaladin's works? No, it doesn't matter if you do Ramaladin's, right? So you would probably use your bludgeoning weapon, but you could use the grandfather, right? I could use the grandfather. So if I have a grandfather already with weapon damage, I might as well use the grandfather with weapon damage. You've seen an off-meta dot necro build. You have seen one or you want to see one? That's what I don't understand. Like, you know? I need more fury generation. We're draining too much fury. I need you to hit me back. Please hit me back. Dummies. I need to feel the pain so I can whirly twirly around, right? Okay, we need to do things. Oh, by the way, when you gain Berserker King, exactly that one. We need to get Berserker King. Oh, why did I just walk into these things? Well, the main reason I just walked into these things is that I need a, what is it called again? Jiggy Majiggy. I wanted to start building some expertise because you like have 0 expertise yet, right? So your expertise 10 instantly. Great. Because like this is 30% increased bleeding damage if you don't have expertise. Like what are you gonna do? Also, we have 2 pieces of the set I need because we're playing the Berserker King set. But what kind of bonus do you want on that? Do we want martial skills or max? Oh, 3 ranks to martial skills. Look at me, I'm the chosen one. Oh my goodness, I am the chosen one. I mean, we got like martial and core, so core would technically also work. It'd be so annoying to get. Brawling skills, no. Oh, that's maximum resource. I mean, maximum resource does work with Ramalada da Ding Dong Magnum Opus, right? You got that? Paragon points. I mean, we don't have like a single glyph, I think. So we'll have to find those down the line. Right? Oh, what do we have? We have Blood Feeder, Exploit. Exploit actually works. Exploit needs dexterity. Hey, chat, very important question. Do you go over left or the right side? What is it for you? This is like, this determines obviously your whole character. If you're a left-sider or a right-sider. And you will be judged from here on out further. Forever and evermore. I'm sorry. I follow the build guy. It's a good answer, Kitty. You got me there. Smarter than me. I don't like it. A good answer, regardless. Still, though. What do we need here for... We got Martial. That is magic. Yeah, Martial needs strength. I hate this layout because you will never actually reach the nodes, right? You cannot feasibly reach the nodes. It's impossible. Pretty much gotta wait for... Then we get the board of the Blood Rage, because Blood Rage says killing an enemy affected by damage over time effect has a chance to grant Berserking for 5 seconds. Your damage increase while Berserking. So since we always bleed enemies with our direct damage, and then we always kill enemies with direct damage, that means we always kind of have things online with direct damage. So that's kind of cool. Right? I hate that one. Healing received can eat my ass. Okay, we need Twister for that one. Oh, we have Twister too. Look at me, chat. I have them all. I have every single, like, shit going on right away already. For some weird, obscure reason. Not mad about it, to be honest. Not mad about it. Okay, then we got Warbringer. Because we got more... Fortify. More maximum fury, more maximum life. Here we would need glyphs that we don't have, finally. Activate basic, but I assume we'll have to go for... maximum fury. Fury on kill. Does fury on kill work? I guess fury on kill works, right? And then last board is going to be... Weapon Master? Potentially. So we got the the ding dong thingies going. We got bonus attack speed here. Nice. Just flat damage. I like how the barb just has random flat damage thingies. That's fear and kill as well. Okay. Okay. Decent setup. Get up. You know what we saved, ladies and gentlemen? So we saved a bunch of these. These are from my Nightmare Dungeon escalation. Echoing Hatred. I saved them because I knew they're going to give me a lot of charms. So if I was now looking for charms and legendary seals, it was going to be the easiest way to just hold these back. Because look at this now. How many like I get? I'll just have this in no time, right? I'll just have my set done, like the fastest you'll ever have seen a set done. And that usually never happens, that you get your set done so fast, right? When you get a new class, it's just going to take ages until you finally have what you're looking for. But not with us, ladies and gentlemen. That's a fur. We get here. Still need to get a +1. So someone was asking for +1s. How do you get +1s? 1, 2, 3. Boom. It's not a +1. And then 1, 2, 3. It's not a +1. 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 And on we go. And on we go. And on we go. Until we finally get that frigging +1. That's how we do it. What I personally would wish for, we need a reroll seal. I mean, I don't see, like, why don't we have a reroll seal, chat? Okay? I'm sorry. A reroll seal would go such a long way. Because it will... That's martial skills. Nice. Oh, mythic. Again. Is this... what is... Yeah. That was my internet thinking, like, we're back, ladies and gentlemen, we back. No, don't worry. We back, we never left. This is literally when, like, so at 7 p.m., because I never stream at 7 p.m., there's my 24-hour disconnect, because I sometimes stream at night, but I never stream at 7, right? The problem is that the 24-hour disconnect should not happen if I am actually doing something. But my internet is still like, hold my beer. And also fuck you, by the way. Because why not, right? Why not hold my beer and also fuck you? Oh, I put the 24-hour disconnect here because I'm literally never online at 7. Tell me. I'm just never online here. Unless I am. Like, even if there are releases, most releases are 8 p.m., 9 p.m., and so on. So it's just doesn't happen. Now we can't log in because our character is still logged in. Rain? Get me in so we can work. We dropped something mythic. I hope my character has that something mythic, chat. I don't know what it was. Was it a seal? Right? Was it a... Was it a whatevers? What was it? Okay, what do we got? Mythic. Ah, it was a crux. No, it was a mythic armament. Don't use the mythic armament just yet. Definitely wait. Oh, mythic seal. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. What do I get there? Can equip 3 unique charms. Ah! Cool. We appreciate your effort. How about we end it right here? I'm free to play in Diablo Immortal. Combat skills, movement speed, combat skills. If I see combat skill one more time, we're throwing hands. Maximum resource, but I can't use that because the Bearu. And I have a Bearu already with martial skills. But I need a Fur, Linta, Bearu. I need a Phoba and a Mlor. And now we're just missing the final one. So 3-to-1 transmute. 3-to-1 transmute. Oh, because I'm still in Torment 1, I can actually not get what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's correct, Chad. It's a bit weird, but since you are in Torment 1, you can in fact not roll for thingies. Okay, let's see. Now this one has at least a +1. Right? Okay. 3 mythic talisman. Open boxes as it seems, and a lot of them. Then you shall get what you're looking for. We get the Wrathglyph, Chan. Okay, this is the... Still not the one we're looking for. We got ourselves a... Nothing. All this gets destroyed. And the good thing is that we literally just got all of our...
Step up to my anvil.
Don't need the helmet.
It is to break another spot.
Still not the charm. We're missing just one. Chat, just one. Final one. How bad can that be? Okay, we got Berserking. We get also the Wrathglyph. So that's a good one. Because the Wrathglyph we wanted to use in our board number here. Wrath gives us critical strikes, fury. Which is obviously good because critical strikes giving you fury is never a bad thing. Always a good thing. Right? Now we're just missing might. We got might. That's good. Surprised that we managed to actually get every single, like, glyph. It's quite nifty. Oh, that's more maximum fury again. Okay, we got it, chat. We got it. Okay, so we need rings. That's what we're missing. So we need rings that preferable have Do we need cooldown reduction? Wait, like, do we need cooldown reduction so we have, like, Wrath of the Zerker more often? Because Wrath of the Zerker gives you bonus damage. So you might want to have as much Wrath of the Zerker as possible. So do we need cooldown reduction? I mean, I have rings that have greater affixes to cooldown reduction because of my rogue, right? I literally have this kept because why not? I mean, this one here too, see, cooldown reduction, attack speed, all damage, maximum life. Obviously, summon damage, but that's useless, right? Well, we could have a helmet that also has cooldown reduction. You know what? I want to take a amulet that has cooldown reduction, and now we're going to do the cool thing. So we're going to remove the resistance. Remove the resistance. And then we're going to add core stat and core stat until we get all skills. We got all skills, and we're going to add an offensive one. All damage multiplier. And then we're going to reroll that until we have like a crit damage multiplier in a high enough value. 35 is not high enough value. Bleeding is physical damage, right? Or whirlwind is physical damage. So if I get a physical damage multiplier, that should be fine. I reckon. 44% crit damage multiplier. And then we just gotta reroll the earthquake skills into not earthquake skills. So for now, that's like a reasonable one, isn't it? I say that's a reasonable one, but then I'm just like not happy with what I got there. You know? It's like, as I saying, that's a reasonable one or not. Not a reasonable one.
What is a waitress, isn't it? Worthy of the ancient race.
We're to all skills for now. Not sure if that's gonna stay, right? Who knows? Temper cooldown reduction. So with this one, we would have our cooldowns down already. And what kind of rings do we have? Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, banana phone. See, that's resource, that's fizz max, physical. That's crit chance. Crit chance does not hurt to have. Like, crit chance is always good to have. That's vulnerable damage multiplier with crit chance already attached. It's actually, this is a decent one when you think about it. So now you're gonna add one offensive aspect, and that gonna hit. Strength doesn't hurt. And then you get fire damage, and fire damage is always terrible. You can keep the strength, keep the crit chance, and the fire damage you get a reroll into. Honestly, crit or bust. Come on, don't be so stubborn. You like that ring? And we're gonna temper cooldown reduction again. I mean, I generally don't know what we're doing very much with the whirlwind. So we're still pre-Torment 1, right? We're actually gonna get to the point where we finally jump into Torment 1, and then we can gamble more things. But I kind of want to set everything up, and then we're just going to like instantly jump through the Torment tiers. Should be possible, I guess. I just wanted to stop and thank you. Watch your videos on Diablo 4 and thank you for your builds and help. No problem, Legend Chris. Always trying to help everyone with all the different classes and builds. That's why we're also playing all the different classes, right? I assume the +1 seal is more important than the other affix it can spawn with. Yes. So you definitely want to have a +1 seal over the bonus affix, but you got to consider that on some builds, the seal can be another 40% bonus damage. So in the beginning, you want +1 over everything. However, then in the long run, you really want your seal upgraded because the actual bonuses that you can get are insane. Okay, could I please just get that cooldown reduction greater affix? Like, seriously? I mean, right now, you're like, I know you can roll because you're a greater affix item. Thank you. Jesus Christus. Jesus Christus! Critical strike chance with a vulnerable damage. And then we're going to actually add, in this case, the utility. And I'm actually aiming for cooldown reduction. 6.5, yeah. Then we're going to re-roll the fire resistance into not fire resistance. What's money anyways, chat, between friends? Exactly. And that one also does get cooldown reduction. Which we're obviously going to hit right now really quick. Thank you. And if you make me jump through the loops of getting that cooldown reduction again, we're throwing hands, chat. That vulnerable damage multiplier. Okay, so we get that. That means we can put one with crushing aspect because we should always be fortified, hopefully. And then for the other one, we can get the hit. We have it. We don't have it. Okay. Then we can go for the channel. Because that's aspect of channeling. I think we already have it on, right? This one got the aspect of berserk ripping. This one doesn't need one. This one doesn't need one. Our pants, is there like a... Oh, we need boots. First and foremost, we need... Oh, boots. Okay. And they would get the... Battlemat aspect. Okay, so... We don't have the one for that. We don't have the one for this. I actually put crushing on here if I want to. Any other aspects that I could put on here? Steel. What was it? What was it called again? The steel, the shrapnel, the iron shrap. Heavy hitting aspect. Heavy hitting aspect is for iron shrapnel. Yeah. See, that's what we want. What other aspects? Something chat. Something giving you bonus damage for thingy. Conceded aspect. We don't have conceded. Edge master. It is what it is. Put that on. Our resources and gold. I mean, we have 1 billion gold and we have enough resources, so it's not really like we're in any danger of losing anything, right?
I have something to show you.
Like the eyes of Lycander herself.
Royal rubies. Let's get the strength here. And since we're doing physical damage, I can actually make skulls. I can make a lot of skulls. That's actually expensive. But if you consider like the bonus damage from skulls is actually the most nasty thing. That's like 48% bonus damage, right? And then you're getting just another 48 bonus damage. So we just get like from all these skulls, we get like over 100% bonus damage. It just seemed like a bit ridiculous if you think about it. So Torment 5. And we're gonna activate Berserk King. So what happens when I run out of resource and I don't have resource to make resource? You know? What then? Do I now have to have people like beat me off so I can get more resource? You know? When I have more fury generation when I have this on, so I need fury per second on my gear or I'm screwed, essentially. Right? Yeah, I'm not sure how do you, like, maintain it. It's the Remeladins, right? Remeladins drains your fury per second, so I need, enough fury per second. Add leap? No, we don't want to add leap right now. We just want to have enough resource generation to make it work. And if we're hitting enemies, right, we get like every critical strike does restore resource for us. So if we're doing that, get the helmet for fury. Yeah, I mean, like, if we're berserking, we get the helmet. I understand that. So we need to be berserking, aka Wrath of the Zerker. Because then we get resource per second. And we can obviously maintain things. So I totally understand that. Ergo, as long as we're critting and as long as we're zerking, we're good to go. But as soon as we're losing the zerking, then we're not good to go anymore. Explore our expertise. No, we're good. When we just get fury per second on gear pieces, it shouldn't be the difficulty. You know? It's pretty much just a question of the sweet spot, because right now I have like we have 12 fury per second, but we're draining 10 fury per second, right? So obviously it's not working to maintain. Took out the Opus. I mean, probably taking out the Opus would be better for now, right? To make it function. But like, I see this as a challenge, if you might will so, to like figure how hard is it now to make it work, right? How difficult is it for me to get this rolling, to get this off the ground? Which loops and hoop do I need to run through? Fine. I mean, like, right now we could, since we have the aspect free, we could go for a resource aspect. Basic skill, alacrity, arpegic, deluge, efficiency. No, you could go for cast core skill, damage reduces. No. The core skills actually restore. Incapacitating enemy restores resource. Do we incapacitate with anything? Your shouts grant you primary resource generation while active. Killing an enemy with core skills has a chance to refund base costs, so that does work, right? I mean, technically sapping aspect should work, because damage over time. Weapon is gain prime resource while you have barrier. We don't have barrier right now, but you're right that one is the easiest one if you just get some kind of barrier generation. So you pretty much have to just get the Quay rune and you're good to go. I mean, doesn't Iron Skin give you barrier? Actually, Iron Skin gives you barrier. So... Oh, like, it's not about Magnum Opus being worth it. Again, this is not the question of worth or not worth, my friend. Again, worth was never the question. We're gonna take this, we're gonna re-roll the Shadow Resistance into regeneration, and then re-roll the healing received also into... It's totally overkill to do... Oh goodness, there was Fury Generation. I wanted to click it, but he didn't let me chat. So we have Fury Generation here, we have Fury Generation there, and like that's technically 9 Fury Generation, right? Okay, Torment 8 instantly. So like now we do this and we instantly get 25 fury per second, so I can just activate everything and no! Meow! Meow! Out of my way, I'm running. It's funny because we just threw the shit together, right? I mean, it's Paragon points, obviously. This is like Paragon points galore. It's all because of the barriers. So that aspect is just killer. At least 25 resource per second, which obviously gets multiplied up by any kind of resource generation you have. So if you get like bonus resource generation from whatever's, then that works. See, it was all just one aspect, chat. Our biggest problem right now is that we don't have a single war plan done. You know what makes me happy? That I don't have to spam Whirlwind. So there was a time where playing Whirlwind, the most efficient way to play Whirlwind was spamming it. There was a Dust Devil build where, like, if you were using the Dust Devils, then in order to get the maximum amount of kabooms out of the Dust Devils, you would actually have to spam them. Like, you know, like do this instead of like whirling. I mean, I guess it's probably still better to do that end of the day, but I will die on the hill that doing that is just super fucking stupid. And I'd rather die than ever do that. I know extreme, but it is what it is. How do you generate dominance for your Blazing Scream build? You just passively generate the dominance that you passively generate from just generating dominance. Okay, we got new plan. Shit. Undercity. The problem is we hard leveled this character, so he doesn't have any progress in anything, you know? We got it, the final piece, ladies and gentlemen. We've been waiting for this. The question is, what kind of charm would we play? Any charm suggestions, ladies and gentlemen? Like legendary charm suggestions? We need them lore. We need them lore. When unique charms, I mean. What do we have? We get a Godslayer crown. I guess I could just play a Godslayer crown. We got Bloodmed Idol. Bloodmed Idol. I mean, worst case scenario, we just slam that in and then just burn myself, but I get 100% more damage, right? You're always berserking. I mean, like, I technically have to always berserk, right? To, what was it here? Rage of Harrogeth. When you gain berserk, while already berserk, you become more enraged, right? So I'm always berserked anyways. Yeah. Why wouldn't I always be berserk, Chan? Okay, we're in Torment 8 already. Because why wouldn't we? Then we get a Helltide to do. Fist of Fate with +3 to martial skills. Oh, seems a bit extra. More speed. I mean, I do see the appeal of playing this in terms of just not wanting to spend time with the game. You know? Like, I feel like if you hate Diablo 4, you'll play Whirlwind because it just becomes, like, so trivial that it doesn't even matter anymore. Right? If you actually don't like playing Diablo 4, I think Barbarian is your class. I mean, look at me. I'm a non-barb player who dabbles in barb, essentially. And even I could put this together relatively easy. So someone said he couldn't get past, what was it, Torment 10, 11? Let's see. I guess I could just jump into Torment 10 right now. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, we're already sitting at billions of damage, which is just ridiculous when you think about it, Chad. How can we sit at billions of damage already? Please explain. Okay, I need to make it into Torment 10, so the chances for rolling things are the highest possible. Okay, so let's just do Torment 10. Okay, Chad? Excuse me, to your Necromancer mini build, how do I know which skill to masterwork to GA on? That depends from item to item. I mean, most of the time you want to, on the defensive items, masterwork the maximum life tempers, because that just makes you, like, better, right? More defensive, more surviving, more everything. Then on the weapons and the other item, it's usually critical strike, right? Because critical strike multiplier is king. However, that's also not necessarily the case on every item. So how do you know? You could wait for the build guide, or you just have to, like, try with strongest. Okay, so we have the damage, but we don't have the life. Chad, confirmed, right? We are absolutely demonic demon enough. But any kind of opposition, like, will just... I mean, we have only 20,000 life, right? So if something touches us, we die. I need to get past these. Wait, I'm preparing. Ah! Yes! Gots it, chat. Gots it. My Bloodman Idol burnt me to death. Let's just run past everything. Don't use a skill. Everything is fine. Try to proceed past pit 120. You need trillions. But that is for every build. I mean, this is not a Barbarian exclusive thing. If you want to get past pit 120, you'll need trillions on any build. Because pit 120 is currently the hard cutoff, right? So if your build can do pit 120, no matter how long it takes you, your build is fucking amazing. This is something where people still haven't, like, understood. You understand it because you're a man of culture, obviously. But most people are still like, I've gotten so often the comment, like, under a video, it's like, oh, only pit 120. And you're like, sir, you must be new to this gig. Not understand how it works. A lot of people still don't understand it, right? Oh goodness, I need HP, I need defense. You were using 200 sword. Well, I'm going for the bleed build. Like, you might have missed this. So we are not just wanting to play. We're not playing Whirlwind because I hate Whirlwind. We're playing a. We're doing the bleed Whirlwind because I want to do the bleed Whirlwind because I think that's kind of cool, right? Okay, maybe I shouldn't play the Bloodmad Idol, Chad. And when I say maybe I shouldn't play the Bloodmad Idol, I'm still gonna play it, obviously, because I'm absolutely unreasonable. I mean, maybe I shouldn't play the Bloodmad Idol when I'm, like, squishy as fuck, I guess. I'm a demon! Torment 10, let's go! Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, out of my way! Hong Kong! Okay, we did it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're pit 80 done. We're Torment 10. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. The problem is, I just have absolutely no upgrades here. Like, this is my first war plan we have done, essentially, on this character. Beautiful. And that makes me happy. Okay, so the good thing is that my pit is now instantly leveled up, so we get more glyph upgrades. That's instantly leveled up, so we get a reroll here now to get more pits. I mean, if I do this Helltide activity, we're going to be instantly sitting at the maximum Helltide, so that's actually kind of nice as well. This is why I'm not really mad about having to re-level these things, right? Because you level them up so quick. How could I be mad? Like, can you get a greater affix gore on tier 10? Okay, we're tier 10, chat. What are we going to roll first now? I mean, like, we kind of need T-Bolt's wills, so I guess we're just going to roll pans now and upgrade them.
Yeah, a legendary an you bewitched
Tacit.
you must have.
T-Bolt's will would be more resource generation, so that wouldn't hurt. But do we even need T-Bolt's will? That's the question. I mean, I guess it wouldn't hurt to have more resource generation and more damage. Do we even need it, chat? What kind of damage reduction aspects do we have on? What do we have? Like, fortify, disobedience. I mean, technically, disobedience is a nice stacker. All right, if you're going. I mean, we have heavenly strength as well.
Auspicious omen.
Cool about it.
Ancient.
That's it for that piece.
An exhale.
Hey, it's worth something. Not
What brings you?
How am I not doing this much damage? Well, I don't know, sir. I mean, I was adding the Bloodmed Idol, which is another 100% bonus damage. I'm not sure. I also have, like, the Grandfather on it right now. That's also a huge chunk of bonus damage.
I'll be here, swinging away.
Okay, why are you not giving me a single greater affixed item? Like, seriously. You're bathing in greater affixed items.
not too bad.
And healing received. Healing received your mom.
Oh, look what the tide was. Nice. Hey, well now. They can't all be winners, can
Okay, lunging strike, strength. I guess a greater affix to strength is fine.
You know where to find me.
Add resourceful tuning prism. That's fury generation. Then we're gonna add resistance and remove one resistance to then add the resistance again to then remove the resistance to have a good resistance. And then we're gonna add another defensive affix. And then we're gonna turn that cult resistance into maximum life. And I don't even know if that's good.
It is a fate rest,
Right?
isn't it?
And then we're gonna add even more maximum life. So we finally have some resemblance of maximum life. So, by the way, before you ask, don't you want to play the Melted Heart of Selig? No, I don't. I do not want to play the Melted Heart of Selig. I know it's like quite easy to get it, but I just dislike Melted Heart of Selig per se. Right? I just do not like it. It's maybe just stupid for me to personally dislike Melted Heart of Selig, but it's just what it is. Please don't judge me too harshly. Okay. If I wanted to get the Rage of Harrogeth, which one did I have to kick in the nuts? Duriel. How many Duriel keys do we have? Do you think I could just kill Duriel now? I mean, I at least wanted an Ancestral, right? It's so much faster to make a build with mouse and keyboard than PC. Oh, absolutely, Graham. The reason why I could never play controller solo is because the menu navigation is just ass. I mean, for like actual playing, controller is fine, but for navigating the game, no. Definitely not. Look at me, Mom. I'm a demon. Okay, I didn't expect this to go this good. I mean, like, I really didn't expect it to go this good here. I mean, we're still super squishy. Like, we only have 23,000 life, so that doesn't count. We need way more max life on our item pieces. Stall break? Yeah, but I don't have a stall break, my friend. I mean, that is surprisingly simple. Oh, first dude. A Belial, ladies and gentlemen. Faster. Faster. There's no escape. You shall not get me, bitch. If that hits me, I'm dead.
Your futile struggles only fuel my rage.
Whee. Actually forcing me to play the game. 17 billion already. Let's go. Okay, we get a lot of chess pieces, guys, but we didn't get a single one in Ancestral, which actually just annoys me to no end. How's that a thing? How do we get all of these in not Ancestral? We still need heavy hitting aspect, Chad. The easiest way to get the heavy hitting aspect would be by rolling one-handed weapons.
Well done, you.
Right?
Feeling lucky?
And luckily we have 25,000, so we can just roll.
Excellent pull, my
Put on a phone.
the fate smiles.
Put some gems in your rings. Yeah. Yeah.
Beautiful, no?
Topaz. I don't have any flawless anymore, chat. I've used up all my flawless privileges. I have used up all my flawless privileges. It's not good. It's bad out there.
Plucked from the sky.
At least our resties are looking at something, so that's like not terribly bad. Not completely terribly bad. Also not really good. I guess I gotta like clap more into these, right? We're getting there. We're getting there, chat. Okay, that's looking somewhat better now. Somewhat. We also just need to get our glyphs leveled up, right? So gotta get that to 50 really quickly. Now that we juice things further defense-wise, we're not instantly dying to the contact of elemental damage. So we can pretty much just speed run pit 100s in like 2 minutes and a second already. Actually completely illegal. But now I will admit we have like, what is it called again? We have Grandfather alone, which is quite useful. The version with the Bleed Rune or the one with the Dust Devils and the Shuttered Vow? No, we're not playing Shuttered Vow. We're currently using Berserk Ripping to have our direct damage do bleed, and then we want to use the heavy hitting aspect to essentially shoot out shrapnels on top of our winds that are all doing quite some bleed. That's the plan somewhere. Oh, that was simple, Chan. Sweet demon. Like, now we can get in no time. Look how quick you can just get them to legendary up, right? If I now manage to actually get to... My boots need to have maximum life. I need better boots. Let's try to roll better boots, chat. So we need boots that have like a greater affix to fury generation, I guess, or maximum life, something in that direction. I wonder how much fury generation do I really need if I don't play the Melted Heart of Selig? Well, because I assume like with the Melted Heart of Selig, you just need more fury generation, correct? So if I don't play the Melted Heart of Selig, I assume less fury generation is actually a thing. Shit, that's utility and mobility aspects. That's so weird. That's such a weird item. We literally need to lock in the movement speed. No change. Okay, chat, we lost 1 billion gold today, but that's pretty much because I was making uniques. Actually, remove. No, not remove. Remove everything. Add focus reroll. Until we're hitting maximum life. Then we're going to add resource. Until, but we want that to be higher. And then we're going to add... Well, do we add strength or do we add armor? That's what I wonder. Because technically our armor is higher due to having more strength. So how much armor do I really want to add on gear? Right? Like any strength will always be more beneficial. Oh, I have no more Forgotten Souls. Oh no, chat. We have no more Forgotten Souls. What should we possibly do? Let's just get another... 3,000 Forgotten Souls. Oh no, how terrible. I have 16 regeneration. You have 16 regeneration. But do you play the Melted Heart of Selig or do you not play the Melted Heart of Selig? That's the question, right? That was what I needed to know. Not Selig. Do you then not have too much regeneration? Seems like overkill. Yeah, it's 14. It basically stays full. It seems like without Selig, you just need way less, right? Because you're going to cost 25 per second, but you also get Fury generation from multiple sources. So you're going to over Fury generate anyways. I mean, if you have Warcry active, right? Not Warcry. If you have Rallying Cry active, you get bonus resource generation, correct? Then you have like so 73% what you actually have. So you have 14, right? That's just more than that. Ah, come on now. Movement speed. Movement speed greater affix. Because that should have me like move at Mach 20. Right, Chan? Okay, come on now. I can't be that unlucky today. Dude! I'm gonna burn through all my scrolls. Thank you very much. Jesus. Okay, let's see. How much faster is that now, Chan? Okay, yeah, that was worth it. It's just so silly. I mean, this character we just threw together, like, you remember, right? I leveled him to level 70 with caches, so that was instant level 70. Then I opened even more caches to give him some gear. Then we spent the Paragon points and rolled for some obols. We spent some of our resources that we require to upgrade, like, to get boss loot right away, right? And here we are. This is like a, it's like a 1 minute clear of a pit 80. It's obviously like it's a pit 80, right? Nothing special, but still kind of funny. Silly goose, Max Silly Goose, ladies and gentlemen. And without a single glyph being legendary, right? Ladies and gentlemen, let's do Torment 12 quickly. Out of my dungeon, you little shits. So first glyph is legendary, ladies and gentlemen. You have a beginner guide on YouTube and Diablo 4, multiple. So how to get 1 to 70, how to progress after 70, how to go through your Paragon board. There's like many guides of everything. Okay, let's do Torment 12, just so we pretty much have this out of the way, ladies and gentlemen. See, do we have the damage for Torment 12, or is there still a qualitative difference? Like, do we actually need to upgrade our stuff meaningfully to make this work? We're definitely getting it done, but you notice how we're not ripping it as hard as obviously Torment 8 at Torment 10. So there you notice like the stark increase from like 10 to 12, right? When we just did a 1 minute Torment 10, and now this is Torment 12, so we're not doing a 1 minute Torment 12. Not yet. Like, see? So this is obviously like, what would I rather do to level my glyphs? Would I now just like try to slog through that? No, makes no sense. So rather do these 1 minute torment thingies to just get my thing upgraded, right? To then even do more. If we go back now, right, to this and then just like fly through it, done. It's just the difference in 2 torment tiers, right? That's also why technically going for Torment 12 is completely silly, because in Torment 12 you're just losing so much fun, right? So this is Torment 8 right now. This is Torment 10 right now, right? Realistically, I could just stop here and just enjoy myself and like be like, sure, I can just demolish everything, right? I mean, if I was going through the Helltide right now, like a demon, correct? And we're still missing one of the main aspects for this one. Of the season of D4, honestly, there are quite some fun builds. There are quite some fun things with mythics as well. If you have a build that uses a lot of mythics, you can just juice that nicely. For people that like to casually farm, it's interesting. For people who like to try hard, it's actually very interesting. Now, obviously, if you don't like the idea of mythics being turned into uniques and the RNG of having to roll them and that kind of stuff, then you're kind of like busted. But hey, if you find that fun, then you're perfectly set up. Awesome. I'm trying to switch to the Whirlwind build, but I can't get the Godfather sword. You don't need the Grandfather, Grims. it helps, but if you have a very well-rolled item, you're equally good off. I do not the slightest believe that you require Grandfather. The advantage of Grandfather is really 30% critical strike chance. I mean, with a Grandfather right now, I sit at like all the critical... I haven't even tempered this, right? So I have this weapon here, the 900 item power weapon with like strength, max life, all damage multiplier, right? I haven't even tempered that. So if I now temper here the critical strike chance on, and then I temper critical strike chance on the other two items, we're suddenly going to be sitting at like, you know, 100% crit easily without even trying. And that's obviously insane, right?
Step up to my anvil.
Once you think about it.
I'll be here, swinging away.
Okay, so we need Gorse Devastating. Also, Gorse was from... All the Penitent. You're excited for the new season of PoE? No, I am not going to play Path of Exile. He said, not to my cup of tea, so no Path of Exile for me, my friend. I know a lot of people like it. I am not one of them. It's like right now, we are pretty much always... Whee! He got so much bleed from that. That was crazy. Oh. So these are the gloves in Ancestral. That's what we're essentially waiting for. Because 600 item power is obviously better than not 600 item power. 2 ranks to Whirlwind. That's not 3 ranks to Whirlwind. We can't take that. Are you done with Palworld? No, but right now we have a lot of Diablo 4 builds to do because we got quite some things to finish. In Diablo. A lot of builds that I haven't made before, right? Get things to do. Builds to play. Stuff to find out. We already have like enough resource generation, right? With what we're having. So like Fury on boots, Fury on pans, but we don't actually need to have the greater affix Fury there, so I can move that to maximum life probably. Gonna make us tankier. Okay, we took like 2 phases before, but I don't think we're gonna have that this time. Nope. Over. Close to the greater affix. Ah, really? Might. Engorgers. Get rot multiple times, chat. Multiple times. Why this boss take my mana? What do you mean? Why does the boss take your mana? Okay, getting a good Gorse will be harsh because you need not only like to get the you need to get ranks in Whirlwind, critical damage, and preferable Whirlwind as well. Ancestral gloves. The only thing I'm pretty much looking at, right? Well, I guess that is a thing for tomorrow. you know, to do more. Our bleeding is already working. I'm very happy with that, ladies and gentlemen. So the whole bleeding process is online, right? We got some. But we'll still need to upgrade all the items, right? I mean, this one has weapon damage, by the way. Can we reroll the weapon damage?
Be interesting.
Because weapon damage is not needed on that one, right? We're rather gonna have critical strike chance. Yeah,
Mainlander, what brings you? That is
cool.
a scary craftsmanship.
You know what annoys me the most about Barb? How you're just sitting at like some absolute illegal level of armor just because you're Barb. You know, like we're Barb, right? And because we have so much strength here, 2000, we're just have the armor to be defensive, right? I didn't have to actually go for another armor point right now. I just had to exist. And that was enough to make me defensive. I'm not sure how to feel about that because it kind of seems a bit silly. So at least we're sitting at more life now. So we're almost 3,000 life. What are you farming for? Oh, we wanted to get Gores in Greater Affix. So we still like, I mean, we just made this Barbarian a second ago. So we're fresh out of the house. This character is like I think he's not even an hour old. Maybe like an hour and 20 minutes, right? Because we literally just didn't play him to 70. We get him with caches to 70. Honestly, how do you even collect the Heart of Stone thingies when you play Barb? That's my question, Chan. Because when you're moving like this through the dungeon, I'm not going to be backtracking for the Heart of Stone, right? How do you even collect that? Or do I have to like use my superior movement speed to do like circles? No, like if you have the Heart of Stone with you, that's what I'm saying. Like if you kill enemies like so quick, you always have to do like 8s, right? Going to go for 8s, his circles, right? Barb is such a joke this season. Well, the crazy part is how minimal effort this took me, and I'm still actually even missing my... Well, so there are two things that factor in here. I have all the aspects max rolled, almost all the aspects max rolled, so that helps a lot. I have the grandfather, and I have like 300 Paragon points to spend. So that's obviously like... Those are factors that play a role to make this like be super silly instantly. But I'm still kind of like how silly this is out of the house. Right, this is almost stronger than my Necromancer, who has a bunch of higher rolled things happening already, right? Must you have the latest DLC to enjoy the game? Yes. Without the DLC, I don't think you're getting sets. You're not getting war plans. You're pretty much missing out on everything. Missing out on everything that matters and that is fun. And you're just literally going to be a sad little potato pooper. And you're going to start crying and you're going to be like, eh, wah, wah. So, yeah. Need the DLC. Or are you going to turn into a baby? Yeah, you don't even have the Horadric cube. You're missing out on everything. Like it's literally like the worst time of your life, more or less. No one likes it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd say we're gonna have to end it here today. But I'll be back tomorrow with finishing the Barbarian up. We'll also do more of the Necromancer. So in case you missed it earlier, we started with the Necro. Yesterday, we did a Warlock who's actually the #1 Warlock in the ladder right now. So that one is insane. Can't wait to show you more builds throughout the whole week. So I hope you're excited for that. Thank you for coming in and watching. Hopefully having a good time. I really had a great one today. So I enjoyed this tremendously. Tomorrow more, a bit earlier this time. So I don't have to go to the hospital. Video for the Necro's up coming tomorrow morning. So video for Necro coming tomorrow morning. Video for Warlock is already up. Okay. I'll see you there.